Hello everyone and welcome to another year of talking about movies that I watched for the first time. So for those who might not be familiar, last year I made a video about all the movies I watched in the year 2021 for the first time ever. And that year I watched 100 movies, and that video ended up being over 3 hours long, and it was a lot of fun to make, and it was, I think, a good kind of experiment into how I'm going to go about creating this next video. So as you've gathered, I've decided to make another video like this for the year 2022 of all the movies that I saw for the first time. This year I watched 121 movies for the first time, so increasing my count by 21 from last year. And this video is going to be structured much the same way as last year's video, in that I'm going to start by talking about the movies that I rated the best, working my way down the list to the movies that I rated the worst. These are all different kinds of movies that I've seen. Some of them are new releases, some of them are older films that I just haven't had the chance to check out. Some of them are indie films that maybe not a lot of people have heard of, that maybe I can give a little more attention to. And then some of them are just ones that I wanted to check out because I was curious about how I would feel about them after viewing them. I went at this the same way I went at last year's video. No real discrimination or particular type of movie that I had in mind when going about this. Literally just based on the circumstances and possibly how I felt that day, or both. I'll let you know right now that this is going to be spoiler free. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to go through each movie that I have on my list. I'm going to talk about them for a couple minutes, and then I will move on to the next one. There will be timestamps in the description going from the order that I read them. So if you're interested in what I have to say about a particular movie that I have listed, you can click the timestamp and it'll take you right to that point in the video where I start talking about that specific movie. I'm going to try to keep this a little more concise than I did last year. Gonna try to keep my thoughts and opinions a little more streamlined, but like last year's video, this is going to be a very stream of consciousness thing. I didn't write a script, I didn't plan any of this really. This is just kind of a spur of the moment type of deal, but hopefully my thoughts on these movies provide some level of insight on them that maybe you perhaps weren't thinking about before. Anyway, thank you guys again for checking this video out. I hope that it is entertaining at the very least and informative at the very best. So, hope you guys enjoy. Mass is a 2021 film starring Reed Birney, Ann Dowd, Jason Isaacs, and Martha Plimpton, and is directed by Franz Kranz in his directorial debut. This film is about two sets of parents who sit in a room in a church and they have to discuss a very difficult subject amongst themselves. So the movie is very much a dialogue-heavy, character-driven movie that displays a lot of the acting chops from the main cast. This is one of the earlier films that I saw in 2022, and I'm really glad I checked it out because I really love this movie. I think this movie is fantastic on an acting level. I think the dialogue and the characters are written in a very realistic and palpable way. Once you learn why they're there and why they're having the meeting, it feels organic, but it still delivers the revelation in a way that is surprising and suspenseful and cinematic. The characters feel like real people, but at the same time, you do understand the cinematic merits of the film. It still feels very much like a narrative that you're watching play out in front of you, even though it literally is just four people sitting in a room talking. I don't want to say too much about this film because I encourage you to go check this out yourself. It is one of the best films I watched of last year, and I really can't think of anything wrong about this movie. I really like the music, the cinematography was very good, it was simple yet effective, and I think that Jason Isaacs in particular really stands out in this movie as the actor that's carrying this film. So yeah, go give this one a watch. Columbus is a 2017 drama film directed, written, and edited by CODA in his directorial debut, much like Mass with Franz Kranz. I made a review on the Neon Crew podcast channel, the channel that this video is currently on, talking about this film in depth, and that was also a spoiler-free review, but it gives you a little more insight into my thoughts on it, so I'm going to try to keep this as brief as I possibly can, while also not skimping on details. This film is about the son of an architect, played by John Cho, who has to arrive in Columbus, Indiana, because of his father falling sick, and from there he meets a young architecture enthusiast played by Haley Lou Richardson, and from there they connect with architecture being the base interest, but from there they also learn more about each other, and a strong bond starts to form between the two. You learn more about Haley Lou Richardson's character, and you sort of understand her upbringing and where she's coming from and the struggles that she faces, and you also get a good point of view from John Cho's character. This movie cinematically is simply gorgeous. Every single shot in this feels like it could be its own still work of art. I think for being the first feature film that CODA has directed, I think this is really striking and really strong, and I think that he is very talented in what he wants to get across on the camera. Cinematically, this movie is gorgeous. Every single shot feels like a dream. It feels really unique and it looks beautiful. Architecture being the baseline for what this story is about, I think is a really good jumping off point, because you kind of understand the characters better and where they're coming from, and from there it builds up their relationship and sort of organically forms right in front of you. This is a very character-driven film. This is a movie that prioritizes character relationships and them empathizing with each other, with the struggles that they're going through, and sort of leaning on each other for the different issues that they face. And I think that it's really easy for this movie to let you connect with the characters and let you feel what they're going through and portray it in a realistic way. This movie's slower, it takes its time, it requires patience, and I think that might turn some people off. But if you connect with the characters and you like where the story's going and you like where it's driving towards and you're curious about where it ends up, then I think this movie is really going to latch on to you. I really do enjoy this film, and I encourage anybody who hasn't checked this out to check it out. If nothing else, this film is visually stunning, so even if you don't connect with the characters, at least you'll get some great cinematography. Midnight in Paris is a 2011 fantasy comedy written and directed by Woody Allen, starring Owen Wilson with a stacked cast pretty much, and is about this man named Gil who is planning for his wedding in France when all of a sudden he finds himself transported back into the 1920s, where he meets figures such as F. Scott Fitzgerald, Ernest Hemingway, Salvador Dali, Gertrude Stein, and from there he starts to become a little more confident with himself, and he starts to learn what exactly it is he wants from life, essentially. I'll acknowledge this right now, Woody Allison is not a great person. He is a very controversial figure for a good reason, because he's kind of a scumbag, and I say that lightly, but at the same time I am a strong advocate for separating the art from the artist, especially when it comes to film, because not only are there a lot more elements going into it, but there are a lot more people involved in the film that you can kind of take Woody Allen and sort of acknowledge that he's not the only one that put their heart and soul into this movie. And I have a little bit of a different stance when it comes to music and the artist versus movies and the artist, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I think this movie is amazing. I think that the overall tone of this is really comfortable. This feels like the ultimate comfort movie to me. Like, I could throw this on at any point during any scene and I could get a real amount of enjoyment out of it. I think the characters are very strong and likable. I think Owen Wilson's character is very relatable, and I think that's where a lot of the acting shines too. I think the acting in this movie is really good, and the music is just simply amazing. It's a nice, pleasant complement to the backdrop of Paris, and you get a big sense of the environment acting as if it's its own character in a way. It just feels like it's one of those types of films. The funny moments feel really funny, but at the same time, the sincere moments, when they are there, they have weight to them. They have heft to them. That's not something that it attempts to do in face plants like a lot of movies that try to integrate comedy and serious moments do. It feels like it comes from an earnest place, and I think that this is helped big time by the characters and the writing. I guess for a criticism of this movie, if I had one, it would be that sometimes the cinematography doesn't feel as unique and as polished as it should. It a lot of the times feels pretty standard, but to me that doesn't detract from the characters and the atmosphere and the tone that the movie is set for itself. I really like this film. check it out. Maybe go about it with means that don't involve giving Woody Allen money, but that's just my advice. I saw this on Netflix, so this is Netflix's problem. American History X is directed by Tony Kaye and written by David McKenna and stars Edward Norton, Edward Furlong, Fairuza Balk, Stacy Keach, Elliot Gould, Avery Brooks, and Beverly D'Angelo, and is about a disillusioned young man played by Edward Norton who falls into neo-Nazism, and it sort of chronicles his journey through indoctrination, into going to prison, into essentially trying to save his brother from the same fate. This is a really powerful film that I knew I wanted to check out some point during my adventure through cinema, but this is one of those movies that I went into knowing kind of how it was going to play out, because when I was younger I used to do this thing where I would go through Wikipedia and I would read the summary of movies that I didn't think I would ever be interested in, and this was one of those films, and I'm sad to say that I wish I didn't do that, because this film is genuinely really powerful in the way that it presents the ideas, the performances. I think the characters are really strong, and I think it sort of has a tragic feel to it almost. Like, I would almost classify this as sort of a modern tragic tale. A lot of the plot elements feel very Shakespearean in the way that they're presented, and the sort of tragic element about how the plot plays out. And this film gives certain characters, especially Edward Norton's character, a lot of nuance and a lot of layers that help you sort of sympathize with him, but at the same time you're disgusted by the person that he's become and sort of the actions that he goes through in this film and the consequences that he faces. It's pretty visceral, it's pretty in your face sometimes about the subject matter, and I would not say that it's very subtle in any way, but I think that it's sort of being as loud as it is and edited the way that it is really effective for what it's trying to get across. I don't think that there's any sort of doubt about what this movie's intentions are, and it's to show the really ugly way that a decent person can kind of undergo a path that they would have a really difficult time coming back from. I recommend this movie. I think it's really powerful. I really think that Edward Norton nails it, and I think that everyone should at least check this out. The Wailing is a 2016 South Korean horror film directed by Na Hong-jin and stars Kwak Do-won, Hwang Jun-min, Chun Woo-hee, and Jun Kunimura. I'm pretty proud of myself for how I pronounce those names. It follows a police officer who investigates a series of mysterious killings and illnesses in a remote Korean village, where his investigations lead to the fact that it's putting his family in danger, and he has to deal with it on a more personal level as the film goes on. This movie has an amazing atmosphere. I think from the get-go it sucked me in and really intrigued me as to what the mystery was that was building up this story. I think Kwak Do-won gives an amazing performance, and I think that the characters and the situations they find themselves in are very compelling. The cinematography and effects, and especially the makeup, I think are really well done in this movie, and the plot isn't anything that's too complicated, but it is something that sort of leaves you wanting answers to things that happen, and once you get those answers it sort of leaves you horrified as to what's unfolding. I think the pacing's really well done. I think that the runtime is perfect. I never found myself being bored by it. Yeah, just an overall great film. If you want to check this out, I believe it's on Amazon Prime, at least when I watched it. Don't know if that's still the case. The Raid is an Indonesian action movie that stars Iko Uwais, Joe Talisman, Donnie Alamisia, and Ayan Ruhian, and is directed by Gareth Evans and also written by Gareth Evans. I've known about this film for quite some time. It's one of those films that when you look at content involving action movies, you can't help but think about in the back of your head if you hadn't seen it already, and it usually pops up on some of the greatest lists of action movies of all time. And me being a huge John Wick fan, it was kind of inevitable that this film would cross my path. I'm really glad that I checked this movie out. From almost start to finish, this movie is a non-stop action thrill ride, at the risk of sounding like a fucking critic. But I do mean when I say that once the action kicks up, it really doesn't let go. And it's not the type of action where a guy is being attacked by one guy with a group of guys around him and they're all waiting their turn to attack him. Like, this is really fast-paced, high-energy, really hard-working action. You can tell that the actors are exhausted. You can tell that they've had so much choreography going into this film, and you can tell that it was treated as the top priority for the film. I think the setup is very simple. The plot revolves around this group of officers who have to infiltrate this building that's being run by a drug lord, and that's pretty much where the plot stems from, and it just goes from there. Like I said, it's a simple setup for something that is spectacularly adrenaline fueled. You see guys getting stabbed, you see guys getting shot, you see dudes getting impaled through broken doorways, you see guys getting their necks snapped. It is very, very high energy. If you're a fan of action movies, I highly encourage you to check this out, because this one does action in a way that I don't think many movies can replicate, possibly not even John Wick. I will admit that this doesn't feel as well-rounded of a film because it does favor action in service to characters and plot and a lot of the more creative aspects that go into the movie, but it being simple should not detract from the enjoyment that you get from just the pure action of it. I think this is a really well done action movie that is deserving of being viewed by fans of action movies. The Machinist is a 2004 film that is directed by Brad Anderson and stars Christian Bale as a man who struggles with insomnia due to a heavy amount of guilt that he carries with him, who works in a machine shop and sort of follows him as he goes through his waves of paranoia and delusions. I should also mention that Christian Bale was 110 pounds for this film and possibly almost killed himself, but I mean, what else is new for Christian Bale? At times this movie's pretty surreal. It feels like you're in some sort of waking nightmare, and there's an ugliness to the film that feels like it has a purpose, because what the character is going through and who the character is, he's sort of become a really ugly, unappealing shell of his former self, and you can tell with the cinematography that that is sort of what they were going for in terms of tone and atmosphere. This movie, kind of like American Psycho, has a psychological feel to it that makes you wonder what is reality and what isn't, and I think that's a really big appeal of this movie. Christian Bale gives an awesome performance as usual, that's no surprise there, and I think that the supporting characters really hold their own too. Jennifer Jason Leigh, John Sherian. This isn't a huge cast by any means, but I think that each actor really brings something to the plot that helps the film overall. If you like psychological thrillers and you like Christian Bale and you want to see a really good performance in a movie, and you kind of are interested in the idea of a sort of surreal, almost American Psycho-esque film, then I would definitely recommend this one. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a 1986 film directed by John Hughes that stars Matthew Broderick, Mia Sara, and Alan Ruck about a high school kid who skips school with his girlfriend and his best friend, and they spend the day traversing Chicago while the principal of the school is trying to track Matthew Broderick down. This is one of those films that's considered a classic that whenever I told people I hadn't seen, they would usually look at me as if I had eaten their baby. So I knew eventually I would need to check this film out, and I'm glad I did because I really enjoyed it. I think that the tone is fun. I think Matthew Broderick knocks it out of the park. I think that John Hughes does a great job in directing this. I think that Jeffrey Jones plays an amazing, silly antagonist as a foil to Ferris Bueller as a character. And I think overall this movie has a very consistent tone that is just fun throughout. The pacing is really good. This movie's only 103 minutes long, so it's a nice tight runtime, and it doesn't feel overly bloated or convoluted. It just feels like a nice, light, fun comedy that you could probably enjoy with your family, honestly. Whatever the fucking DVD probably said on the back of it. A riotous good time for the whole family. As far as teen comedies go, this is probably in the upper echelon of what that genre is. And it's not surprising that John Hughes has managed to create something that is a staple in 80s comedy cinema. So there you have it. Check it out, because I certainly didn't for a while, and I'm finally glad I got around to it. Wind River is a neo-western crime film directed by Taylor Sheridan and stars Jeremy Renner and Elizabeth Olsen, where Jeremy Renner plays a wildlife tracker and Elizabeth Olsen plays an FBI agent, and the two have to work together to solve the death of a young woman from an Indian reservation. I think this film has a tone that is very visceral. It's very grounded in reality in a way that feels organic organic, and I really think that the atmosphere and Jeremy Renner's performance tie this film together really well. And Elizabeth Olsen is really good too, but I think Jeremy Renner really shines in this movie. This is probably one of my favorite roles he's played in. There's sort of a visceral aspect to this film that I don't think you get in a lot of other crime thrillers, and there's also an element of mystery to it that the characters are trying to solve that leaves you intrigued and makes you wonder how these events have taken place. This movie's not very long. I think it's paced really well. It clocks in at 107 minutes, and I think that it uses every bit of that time really effectively. It doesn't feel like it's wasting any time, and the ending is something that I think will be very satisfying for most people who watch and enjoy this film. If there was one thing I wish I got a little more of, I wish I got a little more characterization for Jeremy Renner's character. He is a very interesting figure to me, and I like how he fit in the story, and I do like that you get a big sense of mystery from him, but at the same time I would have just liked to see him interact with more in the movie. A good portion of this is also following Elizabeth Olsen's character, but once you sort of get through a lot of scenes involving her, you pretty much understand who her character is and what she's about. But I mean, if that's my only real criticism with the movie without being nitpicky, then that means this movie is pretty solid overall, and I really think that if you're a fan of The Revenant and you're a fan of sort of desolate Western movies that involve a mystery, then I think this movie is going to be for you. CODA is a 2021 film that is directed by Sian Heder and stars Amelia Jones, Troy Koster, and Marlee Matlin. It involves a girl in a family who is the only person in her family that is not deaf, and sort of shows the struggles of having to deal with her family members and also trying to balance life as a high school girl, starting to make her own path in life. This film won the 2021 Best Picture for the Oscars, and out of all the ones that were nominated in that category, I really do think that this one deserved it. It is a really well done character film. I think it's really well acted. I think that the writing is very solid in this movie, and I think the performances by the deaf actors and actresses really make this movie feel more authentic, and they actually feel like characters instead of gimmicks like how deaf people are usually portrayed in film. I think that Amelia Jones is great as Ruby. I think she's a great main character to follow, and it really makes you sympathize with what she's going through, even if you hadn't even experienced anything like what she's going through in your life. And I think a lot of people would be able to relate to this film pretty easily. One major criticism I have is that the cinematography isn't really anything special. It's pretty standard, pretty bland. I've seen some people compare this to a Disney Channel movie, and while I don't think it's quite at that level, I do think that it could have been done in a much more unique and stylish way. But other than that, I really liked this, and I'm glad that it won for the 2021 Best Picture. Everything Everywhere All at Once is a comedy drama multiverse film that's directed by Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And stars Michelle Yeoh as a woman who works in a laundromat who finds herself at the center of a multiverse in which she is able to find control and sort of fight back against the forces of evil. Simply put, this film is one of the best movies of 2022. I think it made my number 3 spot on my top 10 list, but I can't remember right now and I can't be bothered to look, so do the homework yourself. I really think that the directing, the acting, the writing, the martial arts, pretty much every single element of this movie works on an astronomical level. This is a film where unbridled creativity has really shown, and I think it does a really great job in matching that sort of tone that was set by Swiss Army Man, where you get a huge amount of comedy with a very silly concept and a concept that is just inherently goofy. But at the same time, you really do get a huge amount of heart and character depth within this film. I think that Michelle Yeoh gives an amazing performance, Stephanie Sue, and Ke Huy Quan, coming back from not acting for 30 years after Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom as Short Round, really shines in this film. Jamie Lee Curtis is great, her character is fun, and she sort of plays a really good antagonist figure in this movie involving audit trophies, which if you've seen the film, you'll know what I'm talking about. If I had one criticism for this film, it would be the fact that The climax of the film feels like it kind of goes on a little too long, but at the same time, the length of the ending itself feels like it's an epic grand scale for a movie like this, and I think that it's mostly appropriate, but at the same time, I can't help but think that, all right, when are we going to get to like the end of the film? Because it's ended like 4 times already. But I highly encourage you to check this movie out if you haven't already. Fun little anecdote, when I watched this in the theater, there was a girl in front of me with her boyfriend, and she stood up and looked at him and said, "You owe me after that one. That was such a fucking awful movie." And I think about that pretty much every time I talk about this film, and I think it's really funny. So my guy, if you're out there and you're listening, I really hope you found something better. I'm really sorry you had to go through that. Magnolia is a 1999 drama film directed by Paul Thomas Anderson and stars an ensemble cast including Tom Cruise, Philip Seymour Hoffman, William H. Macy, Alfred Molina, Julianne Moore, John C. Reilly, and a whole lot more, and follows different groups of people and different individuals as their journeys in their lives and their attitudes sort of collide and coalesce with each other, and it sort of has these characters crescendoing into their own journeys as the movie comes to a head. That was a very difficult way of describing a very difficult to describe plot. I think this is a pretty captivating Paul Thomas Anderson movie, and this just proves with most of the films I've seen from him that he is a consistently good director. I think that the ensemble cast, while it can feel a little bit like a gimmick at times, I don't think that this movie really has that feel to it. It feels like each character is unique. It feels like each actor is playing a character. It doesn't really feel like you're watching an actor on screen. You can really believe them as these distinct individuals. And I think that the writing and the dialogue are really strong in this film. The tone feels very consistent. It flows really nicely from one story to another. And I think this is a really strong film from Paul Thomas Anderson. I don't know what it usually is about John C. Reilly, and I'm not usually a big fan of him in movies. Like, for some reason I can never take him seriously. Maybe it's because of fucking Step Brothers or Talladega Nights or Holmes and Watson, but he didn't bother me too much in this movie, and I think it helped that his character was meant to be a little more comedic and pathetic. I really think the standout in this film is Tom Cruise. I think he gives a wonderful performance as this sort of public speaker to a group of incels trying to sell them on how to get laid. And as the film goes on, during his interview, you sort of see the cracks and the layers underneath the surface start to show, and I think that's one of the funnest parts about the movie. I also really liked the storyline that had to do with the game show and the kid. I thought that was really compelling, and I liked Philip Seymour Hoffman's struggle with the dying old man. I think some stories were stronger than others, like William H. Macy's story I didn't think was particularly great, and I also wasn't a huge fan of John C. Reilly's story. But when you're trying to cram 10 people's stories worth in a 188-minute film, I think that they did as good of a job as they could have with those characters and those actors. So yeah, check this one out. Really, really great. The Northman is an epic thriller film directed by Robert Eggers and stars Alexander Skarsgård, Nicole Kidman, Anya Taylor-Joy, and Ethan Hawke. And it follows Alexander Skarsgård's character Amleth, who essentially witnesses his father's death as a young boy and devotes his life to the vengeance that he feels within himself for all that time that he carries with him into adulthood. And this film is very heavily influenced by Viking style and Norse mythology. Simply put, I think this movie is fucking awesome. I think that if you just want to feel pure testosterone going through your veins, I think that this is one of the perfect movies to view. I think that the tone and the atmosphere and the cinematography is wonderful. I think that Alexander Skarsgård is excellent at a really brooding, muscle-bound, revenge-filled character. And I think the effects and the overall technical aspects of the movie are really well done. I don't have too much in the way of criticism of this film. If I did, it would be that the language aspect of it doesn't feel as authentic as it did in The Lighthouse or The Witch, which are the two films that Eggers has made before. But it wasn't super distracting from the overall enjoyment I had with this. This was a really fucking good time. And at the risk of sounding like a total meathead, I really think that if you're just looking for pure testosterone with a really good stylistic and artful way, then I think this movie is the way to go. I really like this film. Boiling Point is a 2021 or 2022, depending on who you ask, drama film about a chef who is trying his damnedest to get through the Christmas Eve holiday while his restaurant is busy catering to all sorts of different clientele and customers. This film is unique because it was made to look like it was done in one shot, and it is based off of a short film off of the same name that also stars Stephen Graham. This film is directed by Philip Barantini. This is one of my favorite movies that is at the 90-minute mark. I think it really does a good job of conveying the stress and the intensity of working in a food and kitchen environment, trying to be established and stay established as a very high-end restaurant. You really get a sense of the stress that Stephen Graham's character goes through, and I think this is one of the most anxious films I think I've seen, other than Uncut Gems and Good Time, perhaps. And we'll throw Whiplash in there, why not? This film is pretty comparable to Whiplash in that it feels like a constant flow of anxiety and stress and anger and outbursts and all these different emotions that each character sort of has to go through and struggle with in this film. I think it does a really good job at sort of satirizing the reality show kitchen environment that you might get from shows like MasterChef or Kitchen Nightmares, and sort of is poking fun at that sort of sensational attitude towards a kitchen environment when it's displayed in reality TV. For instance, there's a character that feels very much like it's poking fun at Gordon Ramsay, and I think it does it in a way that feels organic and a little tongue-in-cheek, but with a purpose. The only real criticism I have for this film is on a technical level, in that sometimes you can sort of tell when editing is used to hide the fact that this movie isn't made in all of one shot. When characters go through doors, there's sort of like this warp stabilizer effect that is present in the scene, and for me it was a little noticeable, but it really didn't take me out of being immersed from this film. It was just something that I noticed while watching. So yeah, really good, really tense film, and if you want to feel anxiety, then check this one out. The beginning, making episode 1, The Phantom Menace, is a hour-long documentary film that details the behind-the-scenes happenings of the making of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Simply put, this is a really good, objective view, fly-on-the-wall movie about the happenings in the making of this film. You get a lot of details ranging from how they spent the budget of this movie to the intentions of Jar Jar as a character versus the end result of what you get in the film, the hazardous filming locations and conditions, the casting of Ewan McGregor, and the excitement that the crew feels when they learn this fact, and of course the casting of a young Jake Lloyd as Anakin Skywalker. This gives you a really good insight into the happenings of making a movie in general, and I think that anybody who is interested in filmmaking, just even on a surface level, I would recommend checking this out. You really can't get much better than actually watching a genuine behind the scenes of the process of making a film, from the initial idea all the way up until the final screening. From here, you get a good insight as to what kind of mindset George Lucas was in and how much influence he felt he had over the final product, almost to the detriment of the film, I will probably say. But I mean, I haven't technically watched The Phantom Menace, so I guess I can't judge too much. I won't talk about this one too much because we go into detail on the podcast, so if you want to hear our discussion on it, check out episode 21, I think. It's the same episode we talk about War of the Worlds, so whichever that one is. 12 Angry Men is a 1957 courtroom drama about 12 jurors who are deciding whether or not to acquit a murder suspect based on the evidence or lack of evidence given during the trial. This is probably the oldest movie that I think I've seen besides Psycho, and usually I'm someone when it comes to older movies who is a little more averse to that type of thing, not really by my own merit, just kind of happenstance. I usually just naturally gravitate towards more contemporary film, but after watching this film, I can confidently say that it is pretty applicable and holds up to today. I think that the characters and the dialogue are very compelling. I think that the tone of it is consistently good. You're engaged the entire time because of the conversations that these guys are having, and it sort of makes you feel like you're a part of the discussions and the sort of deliberation that's taking place. Not everything about this movie holds up. Some of the acting feels a little hokey, and some actors are better than others, but I'm not going to hold it against this film too much because it is sort of a product of its time in some ways, but in other ways it holds up really well. And I think that if you're a fan of really compelling dialogue and characters who interact with each other very well, then I think you're going to really enjoy this film. Black Swan is a 2010 psychological horror film directed by Darren Aronofsky and starring Natalie Portman, and is about a young ballet dancer who is sort of obsessed with the art of ballet and is doing her best to work her way to the role of the Swan Queen or Swan Princess, whichever one it is, I forget. This film is very compelling. It's very well done. I think it's one of Aronofsky's best, and I think that Aronofsky has proved himself to be a very consistently good director of film, as we will also find out with The Whale. Spoilers for my thoughts on that. I think Natalie Portman nails this. I think this is her best performance by far, and I think that she was very deserving of the Best Actress nomination and award. The music's great, the cinematography is compelling, the technical aspects of the film just work so well together. One criticism I had was some of the scenes and the interactions with her mother sometimes felt a little repetitive. You get very similar scenes back and forth and moments where she is doubting her own psyche, but me feeling that was pretty few and far between in an otherwise really compelling psychological drama. I think that the surreal elements of this work really well. So yeah, I encourage you to check this out if you haven't already. Stalker is a 1979 Soviet science fiction art film directed by Andrei Tarkovsky and follows this character who is referred to as a stalker who leads two other characters through this place called the Zone, where they have to find this place within the zone called the Room, where their wishes and desires will be fulfilled. This is a film that to some people could feel like homework. It could feel like a film that they would have to watch out of the necessity of loving the art of filmmaking and cinema. But for me personally, I really loved this movie. I think that it is gorgeous cinematically for a film that was made in 1979. I think that the themes are applicable to all sorts of time periods and still hold up to this day. I think that the characters, while not very detailed in themselves, provide dialogue that really makes you think about the philosophy of what they're going through and their situations and how that sort of thing could be applied to your own life. It's a good commentary on the sentiment of living in Soviet Russia at the time, and I think it's really compelling, like I said, from a philosophical standpoint of art and creativity versus science and nature versus religion and devotion. And I think it gives you a really well-rounded range of perspectives that you could easily take away from this film. This is one of those movies that I think if two people watch it, it's pretty much guaranteed that they won't get the same exact takeaway from it. There's a lot of different messages and themes and sentiments that you could pull from this film on a very personal level, and I think that is one of the reasons why I enjoy this film so much. The pacing is slower, it requires a lot of patience, and I think that if you are to watch this movie and you're interested in it, make sure you are fully awake, because I had to chunk this up because the first time I tried to watch it I was very tired and I was really digging what I was seeing, but I didn't want to risk falling asleep to it, so I had to watch it in two different times. But yeah, really excellent film. Also, I should probably say that half the cast and crew died after making this movie because they were filming in very hazardous and cancerous environments. But hey, that's art, baby. What's art without suffering? Am I right, Willem Dafoe? Nope is a 2022 science fiction horror film directed by Jordan Peele and stars Daniel Kaluuya, Keke Palmer, Steven Yeun, and Brandon Perea, and is about this brother and sister whose father passes away from an unexplainable event where they have to take over his farm where he owned a horse movie production thing. I don't know how else to describe it. They have horses that are in movies and commercials. That I'll just say that. And all of a sudden they spot what looks like a UFO and they do their best to capture it on film. This is a movie that I originally gave an 8 out of 10. The first time watching it, it really didn't stick with me that much. I thought that it was good and I thought that it was really well made, but to me personally, it didn't really resonate with me until we discussed it on the podcast and I thought about it a little bit more and the overall themes and just how much exactly was going on in this film. And I think it's it's really well put together. I think it's really well done. Cinematically and technically, it's very gorgeous and well put together. I think that Daniel Kaluuya and Keke Palmer specifically do a really good job with their performances. And I think it's a really unique take on the concept of a UFO and an alien story. There's sort of an element of discovery in this film and finding out what exactly things represent and what things are. And there are some scenes in this film that left me with a really eerie feeling. There aren't many moments in movies that usually get to me, but there's a scene in this film involving a chimp that will just forever stick in my brain. If you're a fan of sci-fi and you're a fan of horror films and you just really appreciate really technically well-made films, I think that Nope is a really good one to check out. Shame is a 2011 psychological drama film that is directed by Steve McQueen and stars Michael Fassbender and Carey Mulligan, and follows Michael Fassbender as a sex addict who lives in New York when his sister comes to visit and stay with him, and the sort of conflicts that come from that. This is a very raw film. It's not afraid to show you the sort of messy and ugly sides of an addiction like what Michael Fassbender is going through, and I think it does a really good job of realistically depicting somebody who's going through a struggle like this. I think that Michael Fassbender carries this movie. I think that he's fantastic, and I think Carey Mulligan does a really good job as well as the sister character. You can easily tell that they are both damaged from something that happened to them in their childhood or something that was reoccurring that was going on in their childhood that really carried them into their struggles into adulthood, but they never really explicitly outright say it or explain what it is in the film, and I think that it does a really good job of sort of making the audience come up with their own kind of backstories for the characters in their heads while also not taking away from them as characters. I think that the cinematography is amazing. I think that it does a really good job of framing and all the technical aspects work. I think that the music is pretty subtle but effective. It feels appropriate. I guess at times this movie can sort of fall into being almost too melancholic and melodramatic at points with how the characters speak to each other, and there are certain scenes where they're yelling at each other and screaming and there's really passionate acting going on, but overall this felt really grounded, felt pretty realistic, and I think that if anyone's just looking for a decent and really good character drama film, then I would recommend this 100%. Fun for the whole family. Threads is a 1984 apocalyptic war drama that aired on the BBC, so it's a TV movie, but it was directed by Mick Jackson and stars Karen Meager and Rhys Dinsdale and follows characters in the aftermath of a nuclear fallout in Britain. I was very surprised at just how bleak this film was for being a straight-to-TV movie that came out in 1984. I think it's good to think about the time period that this movie came out in, really towards the end of the Cold War and sort of the heightened sense of danger of a nuclear fallout that people had in the back of their heads, especially with the generation that grew up who probably made this film. I think it does a really good job in setting the tone and the atmosphere. It is really bleak and it is very depressing, but it never feels like it falls into melancholy. You're just really following these characters and viewing them in an almost objective way in which they have to deal with a nuclear fallout and try their best to survive. I think this film does a really good job of not holding back and showing you the sort of visceral reality of what a nuclear fallout would potentially mean, at least as it's depicted in a movie that is almost 40 years old. But I think that despite some of the dated elements of this, I think it works really well for the most part. This movie does kind of sacrifice a sense of story and character for the sake of almost being an objective view and following these characters and what they're going through. There's almost no dialogue in this film after the bombs fall, and it's a really dramatic shift in tone once it reaches that point. And I really do like the shift, but sometimes I do wish that there was more of an element of narrative in this film other than just following this one specific character from almost a fly on the wall point of view. But if you want to feel bad about life and you want something that will really make you feel empty inside after you watch this, then oh boy, you should watch Threads. Zodiac is a 2007 American mystery thriller film directed by David Fincher and stars Jake Gyllenhaal, Mark Ruffalo, and Robert Downey Jr., and follows these three characters as they're trying to figure out the mystery of the Zodiac killer in San Francisco. I think that the acting and the characters in this film are incredible. I think that the cinematography from pretty much any David Fincher film, including this one, is immaculate. It's very clean looking while also not sacrificing some of the grittier details from certain characters in this film, and I think it does a really good job in building that tension and that sense of paranoia that people had during the time when the Zodiac killer was out and about. If he is gone, you know, he could still be out there. Who knows? Ted Cruz. I think Jake Gyllenhaal really stands out. I think that this is an amazing performance from him. He really plays this character very well. I think that Mark Ruffalo is also really good. He has a knack for playing detective type characters, I've noticed, at least in this film and in Collateral. But, you know, that's just two examples, but it's weird that there are two, I guess. There's got to be more, right? And then I think Robert Downey Jr. was really well cast as the reporter character. I thought that his sort of spiral in the movie was really compelling and sort of appropriate for what he was going through. It's a long film, but it never really feels like it. The pacing kind of flies by, and I think that overall this is just a really good entry from David Fincher, and I'm really glad that I checked this one out. The Banshees of Inisherin is a 2022 Irish film that was directed by Martin McDonagh and stars Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson as two friends who have a falling out. Simply put, this film is the best film of 2022, at least of what I've seen. I put it at number 1 on my top 10 list. Shout out to that. And I think it's for a good reason. I think that the performances are excellent. I think the dialogue is really well written. And I think that Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson do an amazing job at portraying those characters. This is one of the few movies that I think has the perfect balance of comedy and actual character drama. It touches on very heavy subject matter while also being quite lighthearted, but not in a way that feels cynical. A lot of the humor feels like it comes from genuine human moments and not just shoehorned in for the sake of trying to get people in the audience to laugh. I think the cinematography is excellent. I think that the music is perfect for this movie. And overall, I think the pacing is right at 114 minutes. I'm excited to watch this one again. All Quiet on the Western Front is a 2022 epic anti-war film that's directed by Edward Berger and stars Felix Kammerer, Albrecht Schun, and Daniel Brohl, amongst other castmates, and follows a group of young men who go into World War I on the German side from a very idealistic and patriotic standpoint, and then they sort of start to quickly realize war isn't all it's cracked up to be. This is one of those films that I watched, and I ended up watching it with a friend, and after the movie was over, we both kind of just sat there letting everything that had happened on screen soak in, and we were kind of at a loss for words almost because it affected us that much in a very powerful way. This is a very visceral movie, very grisly, I would say, in terms of the depictions of war that it brings you. There's a lot of violent stuff and things that I don't know if I could ever shake from my head, but the way it's portrayed is very compelling, and it's not done in a way that feels cheap or unearned. It's showing you the visceral reality of what war could do. And to me, with this movie, there's a clear theme of the bigger players making moves that ultimately sacrifice the lives of so many young men for the sake of either ego or political gain. And I think that that's what is really strong about this movie, is that it has a clear theme going for it while not really having it shoved in your face all that much. You're able to follow the characters and understand their emotional journey and their physical journey. And I think that on a technical level, this movie's great too. The music especially is very fitting. It almost kind of reminds me of when you're playing one of the newer Wolfenstein games, sort of like almost an industrial, kind of metallic, very blitzkrieg-y feel to it. Try to imagine a soundtrack to your life when you're walking down the street and all of a sudden you see these giant mecha tanks coming at you, firing away. And that's kind of what I would compare to real life as the best way to describe that sound. I think that the performances are good. I think that the plot, while not really complicated, is pretty straightforward and strong for what it's going for. And I think if you're a fan of depictions of war in film, or just war movies in general, or I would say anti-war movie more so for this one, I would definitely recommend this. This is a solid, really, really good movie. Kill Bill Volume 1 was directed by Quentin Tarantino and stars Uma Thurman, Lucy Liu, Michael Madsen, Daryl Hannah, and Vivica A. Fox, and follows the bride, played by Uma Thurman, as she tries to get her revenge on the people who wronged her during her wedding day. This is one of the bigger Tarantino films that I hadn't checked out before, and I knew that eventually it was going to cross my path, and so I went into this really not knowing too much about it other than that it was full of action and that Uma Thurman was in it. And I have to say, I really fucking love Volume 1 of these two movies. I think that Volume 1 is such a good time. I think that the tone hits the nail on the head with what it was going for, which was kind of a goofier, tongue-in-cheek spaghetti western kung fu movie. And I think that the humor combined with the action really complements each other really well. I think that Uma Thurman's great. I think she's perfect for the role. She's got the perfect look and the right tenacity for it. And I just loved the over-the-top violence with the practical cheesy effects and the stuff that happens in this movie that you can clearly tell is not anything close to trying to be real. It's just very ridiculous and over the top, bloody and gory. This is one of those movies where as a kid I would see the cover of the VHS or the DVD or whatever and think to myself, I know I'm not old enough to watch this movie because it's probably too violent for me. And as I've gotten older and I finally watched this movie, I can't help but think to myself that there's no way I can ever take this seriously as an actual violent movie, because it's very clearly just trying to pay homage to those older style action movies where there's a lot of clearly cheesy and obvious special effects work going on. But I think that's part of what gives this movie a lot of charm, is the fact that it's very in your face about a lot of the elements that it's kind of borrowing from those older movies. So yeah, a really good one. This is definitely up there with my Tarantino movies for sure. And yeah, I guess we'll see where I stand with Volume 2 coming up on this list. The Whale is a drama film directed by Darren Aronofsky and stars Brendan Fraser and Sadie Sink, where Brendan Fraser plays a man who has a family and a daughter and comes out as gay. He goes to be with his boyfriend, but his boyfriend passes away, and so he deals with that by coping with eating a really unhealthy amount of food and gaining a ton of weight. And so the movie just kind of follows him as he tries to reconnect with his daughter. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my experience just watching this film in theaters. So I got to see it with a few other people that we were spending time with on vacation, and after the movie was done, I looked over at my girlfriend and she was just sniffling, and she looked at me and said, "Why did you put me through that?" And I think that's a really good indication that the movie did its job. I think that this is a very emotionally impactful film. This is written by Samuel D. Hunter, who is a playwright, which makes a lot of sense because this movie takes place in one central location, and the way that the characters talk to each other can almost be a little bit expositionary at times, but when you realize that this is from the perspective and the pen of someone who is used to writing plays, it kind of makes a lot more sense in that you're supposed to view it that way. And I think it does a really good job of pulling you in and really making you care about the characters and their perspectives and why they are the way that they are. I think Brendan Fraser really knocks this out of the park. I think that this is his best performance probably ever, although I haven't checked the Mummy movies out yet, so I don't know. I shouldn't say that too soon. And I think that if he doesn't get nominated at least for Best Leading Actor in a Film for the Oscars, then humanity is lost and we need to bomb ourselves immediately. There's a lot of similar elements that Darren Aronofsky implements into this movie that he does in his others. This is very similar to The Wrestler, where that was a story about a father trying to reconnect with his daughter, and it also has a lot of same elements that you find in a movie like Requiem for a Dream, where it's basically showing you a person who is super dependent on either a substance or a form of coping or an addiction of some kind, and you can clearly clearly tell that Brendan Fraser's character is supposed to be addicted to food. And there are moments in this movie where you are just disgusted by the way he lives his life. And I definitely recommend watching this movie not eating anything, because it will make you not want to eat food for at least a day. At least it did with me. I don't know if you're the same way. Oh, and just looking at the Wikipedia page, it says that Samuel D. Hunter adapted his 2012 play of the same name into this film. So I guess that further cements the fact that this is supposed to be a play of sorts. And to touch on the themes real quick, I think that the themes were, while not very subtle, I think for this movie they worked quite well in relation to the characters and their situations. And yeah, this was really fantastic. I recommend everyone check this out. The Thing is a 1982 movie directed by John Carpenter and stars Kurt Russell and Keith David, amongst others, Wilford Brimley, rest in peace, and is about a crew who is researching in Antarctica when they find out that there is an alien parasite amongst them who can change form and shapeshift into one of their own. This is one of the first movies that I saw of this past year, 2022, and I really think that it is one of the better films that I've seen from that era. I'm talking about the era of 1982, not 2022. And I think that overall it's just a really solid horror film that uses practical effects to the best of its abilities, and I think it uses a simple kind of plot to really hammer home just the performances and the situations. I think that the music's great. John Carpenter always nails it with the music in his films, and I think Kurt Russell is a great leading man. There's a good reason why I think John Carpenter and Kurt Russell work so well together, is because they kind of complement each other in the way that Kurt Russell gives his performance and the way that John Carpenter usually styles his movies. It's almost like Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro in a way. They just kind of complement each other. Something that I really couldn't help but shake when watching this movie was some of the practical effects looked very practical, if you catch my meaning, in that some of it just wasn't believable. But I mean, that was pretty few and far between. And also, you don't get a whole lot of character moments and character relationships. The movie just pretty much starts with the alien kind of invading their living space in a way, so they have to deal with it from the word go, and I think that's the right way to go about it. But I think we also kind of lose a little bit of character interactivity and relationships, but I think a lot of it does come up in the form of the fact that they have to kind of distrust each other because they don't know who the thing is a lot of the time, and I think that's a very compelling concept for a story, which is why I really dig this movie. So yeah, check this one out if you're a fan of horror and you're a fan of really good music in movies. Also, I will say the poster for this film is pretty kick-ass. Tick Tick Boom is a biographical musical comedy film that stars Andrew Garfield and is directed by Lin-Manuel Miranda, and this is actually, I believe, the first movie that I watched in the year 2022. Normally when it comes to musicals, I'm not a huge fan of them. To me, musicals tend to sacrifice story and character for the sake of putting on a show. Usually a lot of the time what happens is I watch a musical and I lose the immersion while trying to invest myself in the story. But I think with this movie it works really well because the movie is about Jonathan Larson trying to put a show on Broadway and trying to write a musical that he can put together and sell to people. I think that the music's very catchy. I think that a lot of the songs are simply really good and well put together, and I think that they do a really good job of just kind of nailing the style that they were going for, which is sort of like almost kind of a really high production stage play that you would see at Broadway. I think the choreography works. It's simple and it's not too overly flashy, but I think that it works for the environment that the characters find themselves in, and I think Andrew Garfield does a really good job of playing this character. And after a certain point, I didn't really see Andrew Garfield. I just saw Jonathan Larson as the character. I think in terms of pacing, this film works. I think that the characters are all well written. There never felt like there was a moment that was too unbelievable or unlike any of what the characters had already gone through. In terms of technicality, I wish this movie would have been a little more unique in a cinematography standpoint. There are a lot of times where it just sort of felt almost like it could have been a standard Spielberg movie with the way that it was shot and the way that the lighting worked, but not that it was bad or anything, just that it really didn't stand out to me as a really special point in this film. And like I said, it's a musical. Naturally, with me on a personal level, it's just not going to grab me as much as a typical narrative story, but nonetheless, nonetheless, I think this was really good, and if you like musicals, I definitely recommend this one. The Raid 2 is a 2014 Indonesian action thriller film that is a sequel to the original Raid movie, and it stars Iko Uwais as Rama as he undergoes a journey through the criminal system in order to infiltrate this mob family and expose them for what they are. I really enjoyed this film. This film, like the first one, is a must-see action movie if you are a fan of that genre, and it continues that sort of tradition of quick-paced action in every scene that includes it, and I really think that this is one of those movies that as you keep watching, it gets better towards the end as it ramps up the action, and I think it does a good job of crescendoing the overall physical journey that the character goes through. Pretty much everything I said about the first Raid movie applies to this one, except I wish that this was more similar to its predecessor in that it was non-stop action and it kept the characters moving. Naturally, when you implement more story elements and you try to include more characters and give them more depth and try to shoot in more locations, you're going to chunk the movie up into different scenes where characters aren't experiencing action, and I think that the story itself isn't really anything special. It's something that we've kind of seen before in other similar movies like this, and it just kind of acts as a vehicle to get from one action scene to another. But I think that the way it does it is fluid and natural enough to where it doesn't feel unbelievable, but at the same time, it would have been cool to get the same kind of feeling that you got from the first movie, in that it was just back-to-back action that moved the characters through different scenes and put them in different situations. And like I said, the story wasn't anything special. But overall, this is a really solid film. You could argue that the action is turned up even more to what it is in the first one, and I think that if you're a fan of the action movie genre, you need to put this on your must-watch list. The Princess Bride is a 1987 adventure comedy film that stars Cary Elwes, Mandy Patinkin, Chris Sarandon, Christopher Guest, Wallace Shawn, and Andre the Giant, and follows the story of a farmhand named Wesley who has to rescue his true love, Princess Buttercup, from Prince Humperdinck, and is told through the lens of a storybook being told to a grandson by his grandfather. This movie's directed by Rob Reiner. I should also mention that as well. This is one of those films that whenever I told people that I hadn't seen them, they would look at me and go, "You haven't seen The Princess Bride? If you love movies, you have to see The Princess Bride. You gotta see that one. That one's a classic." And finally, my friends decided to watch it one day while I was with them, and yeah, it's a really good film. It's very funny, it's very humorous, it's very quotable, which I think helps this film quite a bit in terms of its longevity. It's one of those movies that definitely has a cult status because people who have seen this movie definitely make it known to other people that they've seen this movie, and it's one of those that you can't help but think of all the quotes that you remembered in the back of your head while you're watching it, because even though you hadn't seen it before, you just can't help but remember all the times people have just spat quotes at you just from being reminded that the movie exists. But yeah, I think the tone's pretty consistent. I think that Cary Elwes, I think that's how you pronounce his name, I think he does a good job as Wesley / Dread Pirate Roberts / the Man in Black. And I think that the real standout to me is Mandy Patinkin as Indigo Montoya. I probably butchered his name, so I'm very sorry. There's some elements of this movie that don't work quite as well, like Andre the Giant's not the greatest actor. The cinematography really isn't anything special. There are some elements of this movie that feel dated, really make it feel like this is an 80s film. And for me personally, it's just hard to get into a lot of comedies, so some of the moments that they were trying to make me laugh didn't quite land. But overall, I thought it was consistently good, and I liked the fact that it kept cutting back and forth between the main story and the grandson and grandfather storytelling aspect of it. The Batman is a 2022 superhero film that stars Robert Pattinson as the Dark Knight and follows him in his first 2 years of Gotham as he tries to face down the Riddler, while he is also accompanied by Catwoman and has to deal with the Penguin meddling his hands into things as well. This film is directed by Matt Reeves, who directed the new Planet of the Apes trilogy, as well as, I believe, Cloverfield, although I could be wrong on that. I think this is one of the better superhero movies that I've seen this year. I'm not a huge Batman fan, and I'm not really deep into the comics or the lore or the character or really anything about him, but I really think that Robert Pattinson gives a great performance as Bruce Wayne / Batman, and I think that it's a new, fresh take on something that most people are already familiar with. I really like Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman, and I think Paul Dano as the Riddler really just nails the performance. And Jeffrey Wright, I thought, as Commissioner Gordon was pretty good too. But I definitely have to point out Colin Farrell as the Penguin, because he really felt like he stole the show for pretty much every scene that he was in. He might have been a little cartoony, a little bit goofy at times, but when I remember that this stuff is based off of a comic book, it kind of lets me forgive those elements of it a little bit more, and I really think that Colin Farrell did an amazing job as the Penguin. Curious how his HBO show will go, if they're still going with that. I know HBO is canceling a bunch of shit, so we'll see. Really, my main criticism with this film was the, I can't really go into it without spoiling it, so I guess I won't, but there are certain characters and relationship that forms that I didn't quite buy. You could probably guess what I'm talking about even if you haven't seen the movie, just based on the characters that I've already listed, so there you go. And I also think that the music wasn't really anything unique or stand out. A lot of the times it felt like stock music that they threw in to try to elicit feelings of emotion that maybe the scene wasn't necessarily calling for, but they decided to try and throw it in anyway to get some sort of emotional resonance out of you. And I think that at best, the music is forgettable, and at worst, it's just misplaced, trying to make you feel an emotion that the movie hadn't necessarily earned. And I'm talking specifically about the end when two characters are riding on motorcycles. That usually stands out to me as sort of a weaker moment. But overall, this was a solid movie. I thought the action was palpable, and I think that they really made Robert Pattinson's Batman feel like he had weight to him. And I think this was the first time where I really felt the kind of heft that a superhero character has to go through in order to dish out vengeance and justice. Red Rocket is a black comedy drama film directed by Sean Baker and stars Simon Rex as Mikey Saber Davies, who is a former porn star who goes back to his hometown and sees a lot of familiar faces that aren't necessarily happy to see him. I think I read a review on Letterboxd that said this movie feels like an entire GTA cutscene, and I think that's one of the perfect ways to describe this movie. Simon Rex as Saber, Mikey Saber, is a really interesting character to me. I think that he nails the performance, and I think that he does a really good job in making you feel like you're watching a real person going through real things and doing real shitty shit. I enjoyed the Florida Project quite a bit. I talked about that in last year's video, and I think that Sean Baker really does a good job of casting people in his movies that feel like they're real people. Sometimes you get actors that play a role and they disappear into the role, but it still feels like you're watching a character, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Whereas Sean Baker will take people, real people probably, and put them in his movie and have them play themselves, at least for what I assume. And I think it really helps the characters feel lived in. It helps the story feel like you're being immersed into it. You can point at the screen and say, I feel like I've met someone that's exactly like this. And I think that's a really cool aspect of the movie. There are some parts of this where it feels like it can kind of get repetitive. A lot of the same sort of activities happen. And if you don't like the character, you could easily not relate to this film at all and probably not enjoy it as much, but I would argue that you don't necessarily have to relate to a character in order to enjoy what is happening in terms of the plot of this movie. I wasn't as big on this film as I was the Florida Project. I think the Florida Project was really, really good. But I think that this movie overall is also pretty solid and matches up to the kind of style that Sean Baker has sort of made for himself. Back to the Future is a 1985 film directed by Robert Zemeckis and stars Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd. Michael J. Fox has to use the DeLorean to go back in time and try to save someone from certain doom. I think this is one of the first movies to really kind of touch on the concept of what would happen if I went back in time and met my parents when they were my age. And I think it does a really good job job of taking that concept and stretching it to the many possibilities that it could go for. I think that Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd are a great pairing. I think that they work really well together as these characters, and I think that they're iconic for a reason. You know, this is one of those movies that if you're a film lover, people will talk about as essential viewing. And I can imagine if I watched this film at the time that it came out, if I was alive back then I would have felt really strongly had I seen this and had a real strong reaction to the things that happen in it, the different moments, the characters, and just kind of the comedic element to it as well. I still have to check out the sequels, so I'll be curious as to how I feel about those, but as far as this movie goes, I think it's really solid and definitely constitutes the classic status that it has. Climax is directed by Gaspar Noé and stars Sofia Boutella among others, and is about a dance troupe who is reciting one night when someone spikes the punch bowl with copious amounts of LSD. This movie is pretty much Gaspar Noé saying, can I make a movie just based on improvisation of a situation and take the camera wherever I want to and kind of film it as it goes along and have these people act really crazy the entire time. It's one of those movies that is sort of a fly on the wall thing where you're not really too much invested in the characters. You're just kind of watching what's happening and absorbing it all as it unfolds in front of you. And I think that it's very visceral in the way that it's shot, in the way that the characters and the actors portray them. Other than Sofia Boutella, none of the characters in this movie are actors or have come from an acting background. They're all dancers. And so you get a lot of really good moments where people are moving their bodies around in these really weird and off-putting ways, and it kind of works with the sort of concept that the movie's going for, in that when these people are just under the influence of a very strong hallucinogenic, what could possibly happen? I think that a criticism I have for this is that you really don't get much characterization at all. You get moments in certain parts of this film where characters talk to each other, but the subject matter feels very shallow, and I don't think that there's anybody to particularly root for or against in this movie. The characters really don't feel too much like characters. They just kind of feel like pieces being moved around, which I guess was Gaspar Noé's intention, but it sort of sacrifices an element of story that I think would have made this movie a little bit more compelling and given it a little bit more tension. And at times it can feel pretty messy. And when you're watching a film with this kind of concept, for the most part, I think it works, but there are moments where you find yourself just sort of lost in what the cameraman and the actors are doing, not really understanding the whole brevity of it. But if you want to feel a little bit anxious and you want to see people just fucking freaking out, then this is definitely the one to check out. Batman Begins is a 2005 superhero film directed by Christopher Nolan and starring Christian Bale as Batman / Bruce Wayne, and follows him on his origin into becoming the Dark Knight. After I watched The Batman, I decided to go back and check out the Christopher Nolan Batman movies because the only one I had seen is The Dark Knight. And so watching this for the first time, I was very curious as to how they established this character and sort of build up the world of Gotham. And I think that overall for an origin story, this one is pretty solid. I think that it's pretty consistently styled. I think that Christian Bale is a really good Batman / Bruce Wayne. I think they do a really good job of setting the tone and the atmosphere, and a lot of the concepts that they touch on I think work really well for starting the Bruce Wayne Batman story and establishing that character. I liked Cillian Murphy in this movie as Scarecrow, although I wish I could have gotten a little more from him. It almost felt like they were building him up to be a sort of big bad figure, but really he just felt like a side character. Whereas the big bad in this movie is Liam Neeson's Ra's al Ghul. I think something that I really noticed with this movie was some of the special effects and the CGI that was implemented, especially towards the end, doesn't really hold up all that well, especially considering that this is a Christopher Nolan project where he is known for being really practical and trying to be as authentic with his movies and the effects as he possibly can. But I think overall for this movie, I think that it is a really solid origin story. story. The pacing works, the characters are fine, the writing's good, and I think that it does a good job of setting this character up for the movies that follow it. King Richard is a slappin' good time, directed by Ronaldo Marcus Green, and stars Will Smith as Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams, who are famous tennis players today, and is about their upbringing with their father as well as their sort of journey into professional tennis playing. I think that Will Smith does a pretty good job as King Richard, and I think that he really does sort of lose himself in the role. I think that he does a really good job of not making you think that you're watching Will Smith, especially after a certain point in the movie. For a decent chunk of it, you're watching it and you're still thinking, I'm watching Will Smith. But once you get further along into the story, it sort of becomes a little harder to see him outright instead of seeing Richard Williams. I think one of the big things to know in this movie is that the kid actors are really good. I think that they do a really solid job and give a good performance for the roles that they're given. I think that Sanaya Sidney as Venus Williams really does a great job of playing a young Venus and is really believable. It didn't feel like there was any moment in this movie where her acting was choppy or bad. I think that she really held her own in this one. It's a pretty standard biopic. The music isn't anything special, and I think that the story kind of feels like it's a little anticlimactic towards the end, but I don't think it does a bad job of portraying what it tells in the story either. Oh, and I have to touch on John Bernthal as Rick Macy. I think that he does a really good job as well. For once, he's not playing a total meathead, so I'm happy to see that, and he's got a killer mustache in this movie too. So yeah, with that, I just will say keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. Licorice Pizza is a comedy drama film directed by Paul Thomas Anderson and stars Elena Haim and Cooper Hoffman as young people living in the 1970s as they sort of intertwine and intermingle amongst each other in their lives as they go through all sorts of different events. I had this movie at a 7 originally because I really didn't think that the story was as strong as something like Paul Thomas Anderson's previous works like Magnolia or There Will Be Blood or The Master, but after giving it some time and consideration, I really do think that the performances kind of make up for a lack of cohesive narrative, and I think that the character writing is also really solid to kind of complement that. I would still say a big criticism is the way that the story is structured. It almost feels like it's sort of a series of vignettes that are told rather than one continuous plot line, and sort of shows you the events of what these characters go through at face value, and once something happens, it kind of wraps up and they move on to the next thing, where it's the same characters but they're dealing with a different kind of situation, and it just feels like a series of bookends that are stacked up against each other that last for about like 20 minutes to a half hour sometimes. I think there's a really well done scene involving a truck in this movie that had me really compelled, and I think was my favorite part of the whole movie. And yeah, the cinematography, the style, the production value, I think is really consistently good, and I don't think Paul Thomas Anderson has ever had an issue with that sort of thing in any of his films, at least the ones I've seen. So yeah, if you like an element of nostalgia, if you grew up in the 1970s, then you'll probably really dig this movie. Also, Bradley Cooper was pretty good in this movie, and Benny Safdie as well. Benny Safdie's really coming into his own. Drive My Car is a 2021 Japanese drama film that's directed by Ryosuke Hamaguchi, hopefully I pronounced that right, and is about a man who loses his wife over an illness and is putting on a stage play and is really ritualistic about how he goes over the lines in his play, and so he rides in a car for an hour back and forth between where he's staying and where the play readings take place, and I think that's the best way I can describe this movie. This movie reminds me a lot of a Kogonada film in that it is very stylistically shot in a still, relaxing, almost dreamlike way, and I think that the camera being still and focusing on the shots that it does and sort of the kind of framing of the movie is really well done. I think that that's probably my favorite part of this film, is just how it's shot, and all the technical aspects I think work really well. There's a sort of ambience to this movie at points where two characters are just talking to each other in the backseat of a car as it's driving at night, and I think that it just sort of nails the atmosphere and the tone and the lighting and all the technical aspects that go into a scene like that. And it makes the scene more compelling to watch too, because you're in an enclosed space in an environment that almost elicits a type of nostalgic feeling, I will say, for lack of a better term that I know is probably out there somewhere. I really like a lot of the characters. They feel pretty nuanced and well written. There's not a whole ton of dialogue in this movie, but I think that the moments where they do talk to each other leave an impact, and it doesn't feel like any word is wasted, which is interesting for me to say because this movie is 179 minutes long. It's over 3 hours long, and you definitely feel that runtime after a while. If you're not someone who has a lot of patience for movies, I don't think this one will be for you. This is a very drawn out film that takes its time with the story that it's given, and I do think that for the most part the runtime could have been cut down to probably 2.5 hours. Maybe not necessarily 2 hours on the dot, but just a little bit over that perhaps. If you're a fan of CODA movies like After Yang and Columbus, then I think you should give this one a watch because I think it's really good, and I think that it was a solid entry for Best Picture. Would not have been upset if it won. Rushmore is a 1998 comedy film directed by Wes Anderson and starring Jason Schwartzman as Max Fisher, who is a student who becomes infatuated with a school teacher played by Olivia Williams and butts heads with a rich industrialist named Herman Bloom played by Bill Murray. Being one of Wes Anderson's earlier films, this was before he started getting ensemble casts for every single one of his movies, and I think it does a really good job of focusing on Max as a character. And I think that Jason Schwartzman plays him really well. I like how more intimate this movie feels. It feels a little more genuine. The characters feel a lot more nuanced than in a lot of Wes Anderson's films, or maybe I'll just say a few of his films. And I think that it has kind of a almost grittiness to it that you don't really get anymore with his really polished and symmetrical and intricately made movies. I think that the characters are fun. I think that they're well written. I think that the technical aspects of this movie work, especially for one of Wes Anderson's earlier titles. And I think that the music is subtle but stylistic enough and fits really well of what the tone of this movie was going for. Some scenes felt a little repetitive and a few characters were a little one note, but overall, I think that this one is one of the better Wes Anderson movies that I think I've seen, and I think that fans of Wes Anderson, but also fans of movies in general, will be able to get something out of this film. So yeah, I recommend it. Top Gun Maverick is a 2022 film directed by Joseph Kosinski and stars Tom Cruise as Pete Maverick Mitchell, and is set probably like 20 years, 30 years after the first one? I don't fucking remember. And follows Tom Cruise's character as he deals with the return and the presence of his former co-pilot's son, played by Miles Teller. I was very surprised at how well made this movie was, specifically with how focused and how much it actually felt like it had a narrative in this movie. A big criticism I have with the first one is that it doesn't feel like it has any tension. It just feels like characters are kind of faffing about and just messing with each other and having goofs and gaffs, while really nothing of note happens until a big event in that movie happens, where it just kind of feels out of nowhere and sort of is supposed to make you feel like there's an actual story going on. Whereas this movie, you get a sense of the tension from the get-go, and it's building up to something that ultimately is a pretty satisfying conclusion to this movie. I think that Tom Cruise is pretty good in this one. He doesn't play too different of a role than he usually does as a leading man in a movie, where he does a lot of stunts and he's charismatic Tom Cruise. But I mean, would you want anything different in a movie like this? And I think that Miles Teller does a really good job as Rooster, and I'm always interested in pretty much anything that I see him in. Like the first one, there's a lot of cliches, there's a lot of dialogue moments that kind of make me roll my eyes, and a lot of story beats that don't necessarily leave that much of an impact. But overall, as a movie, I think that this one is way more well put together than the first. I would describe this movie, and I think I've seen other people describe it this way too, as Top Gun Maverick feels like the movie the original Top Gun wanted to be. A lot of really good stunts, a lot of really good jet work, a lot of really good sound design in this film, and I think that it does a really good job of sort of immersing you into it. So yeah, not high art or anything, but definitely if you're a fan of fighter jets, I guess, then this one is pretty solid for you. Or if you like Tom Cruise, Hail Xenu. I Lost My Body is a French animated film that I saw on Netflix that came out in 2019 and is about a detached hand trying to find its way back to its body. In the meanwhile, it intercuts between that and the body that it was attached to and shows the story of how it got to be detached from the body, which essentially follows this character, Naufel, hopefully I am pronouncing that correctly, as he tries to connect with this girl that he meets while delivering pizza. I think that first off, the animation is gorgeous in this movie. I think that that's the strongest thing that this film has going for it, and I think that it's really well done and stylistic. I just love the sort of backdrop that it has with the city, but also kind of infusing that French culture into it as well. And I think that the sound design and the music is really well done too. It sort of adds to the tension of following this disembodied hand as it journeys back to its original body. One thing I noticed while I watched this movie is that I was a little more invested in the hand itself than I was in the actual characters or the story that was taking place. Not that it was a particularly bad story or anything, it just seems like something that was kind of predictable and you knew where it was leading up to. So in that way, I had a little bit of a hard time relating to the characters and what they were going through, but it wasn't the most difficult thing for me. I think what helped is the voice performances. I watched this movie in French with subtitles, so you get a good sense of the emotional dialogue that goes with what you're reading, and I think that it does a really good job of conveying that to you, even if you're not understanding what it's saying. If you're a fan of animation and want to see something that's not Disney or Pixar or the usual stuff, I recommend this one. If you have a Netflix account, check it out. I think it's still on there. Hopefully. I don't know. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty is a 2013 adventure comedy drama film that was directed by Ben Stiller and stars Ben Stiller as Walter Mitty, who is a businessman who has to try his best to track down a photo that was sent to him by Sean Penn. All the while he daydreams about things that could possibly happen to his life, like him being a little more adventurous and him gaining the confidence that he needs to talk to his crush, played by Kristen Wiig. I think this film nails the tone of what Ben Stiller wanted to go for, which was sort of almost a kind of indie, meaningful, a little more down-to-earth comedy film. This is definitely different from something like Tropic Thunder or Zoolander, where those films are a little more in your face about the comedic elements of this, whereas this one I think nails the subtlety of it and does a good job of mixing actual character moments with moments of comedy. One thing with this film is that there's not a whole lot of tension. It's a pretty feel-good flick, I would say, and it does a really good job of conveying that to you. But one thing I will say is that it does feel a little convenient at times with certain things that happen, certain unrealistic elements that take place in this movie, which if you want the movie to feel a little more grounded, I guess that might butt heads against that. But overall, I think this was pretty solid, and I think is probably my favorite movie that Ben Stiller has done, both starring in and directing, I will say. I think my favorite scene is him taking a longboard and going down a really long road. Whenever someone talks about this film, I always think of that scene, and I think of how much fun it is. So yeah, if you like a light-hearted, feel-good kind of adventure movie, then I think that this one is a pretty solid choice. Get Out is a 2017 film directed and written by Jordan Peele and stars Daniel Kaluuya as a man who's in a relationship with this girl who goes to meet her family for the first time when he learns that they have some dark secrets. This is one of those movies that I knew was destined to be kind of a classic, and people who like this film really love this film, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a solid horror thriller movie overall, and I think that the mystery that unfolds and the more that you learn about it, the more compelling it is, and it feels like a very satisfying reveal. And I really like Daniel Kaluuya as an actor. I think he does a really good job of playing Chris in this film, and I think there are certain scenes where you're just captivated by his performance and you're just watching him knock it out of the park. I really do like this movie overall, and I think that it's a really solid thriller horror film, but for some reason this one didn't connect with me as much as other horror films like The Witch or Hereditary. I think that the story, while unique, is pretty straightforward, and I think that what happened was this movie was really hyped to the point where when I did finally watch it, it wasn't as engaging as I had hoped it'd be. And not to say that it's not a great movie, because it is, but it definitely was something that I think I had in the back of my mind as being this excellent, like one of the best horror movies ever ever made, and I watched it and thought, yeah, that was pretty good. But yeah, if you like Jordan Peele's work, then this is a must watch. Us is also written and directed by Jordan Peele and stars Lupita Nyong'o as a mother of two who is married, and the family goes on a trip to the beach where they learn that there is another version of her family that kind of attacks them in the middle of the night. I sort of had the opposite experience with this film that I did Get Out, in that when I watched Get Out, I expected to like it more than I actually did, whereas when I watched Us, I expected to dislike it more than I actually did. This film I thought was a really solid, really good psychological horror film, and I think that in terms of the characters, the atmosphere, the sort of concept that it's going for, and the overall tone of the movie, I think it works really well. And I really like Lupita Nyong'o as the main character. I think she does a really good job with portraying someone who is just scared shitless about the situation that's happening. I think that the tone is very creepy at times, and at points to me was a little bit scarier than Get Out. It's interesting to me that this film is a little more polarizing than Get Out is, where Get Out is universally loved and praised. This movie is sort of mixed in terms of how people feel about it, and I find that particularly interesting because to me these movies are almost on the same level. I think I went into this one expecting it to be considerably worse than Get Out with how people talk about this one, but I like the ideas that it brings forth. I like the style, I like the cinematography and the music. I thought all the technical elements worked really well, and yeah, overall just a really solid psychological horror film. Kiki's Delivery Service is a Studio Ghibli movie that was directed by Hayao Miyazaki and is about a little girl who is a witch who leaves her home to kind of go out into the real world and soon gets a job as a delivery person because she can fly around the city and deliver stuff in a very fast amount of time. And accompanying her is her talking cat companion. This movie is very lighthearted. Of course, the animation style is beautiful, as most Studio Ghibli movies are, and I'm gonna try my best to be better about watching more Studio Ghiblis this year than I did this past year, because this was really the only one that I watched for the first time. But as far as this movie goes, I like the characters a lot. Of course, the animation's good, like I said, and I really like the tone of it. It's very lighthearted, not overly cutesy, I'd say, but it does have some kind of elements of those at times. This isn't as tight of a story as something like Princess Mononoke or Spirited Away. This is more of a kind of almost slice of life sort of animated film where there's not really many moments of tension or plot. There is like a bit of a plot, but it's not a huge source of conflict throughout the film. It's a lot more easygoing, a lot more lighthearted. I think fans of Studio Ghibli movies will like this one if they haven't seen it already. And it does what most other Studio Ghibli movies have managed to do, in that it makes the food look really delicious. The Meyerowitz Stories is a 2017 comedy film that's directed by Noah Baumbach and stars Adam Sandler, Ben Stiller, and Dustin Hoffman as a dysfunctional family unit who is trying to sort of mend relationships with their difficult to talk to father, played by Dustin Hoffman. I really like the comedy in this film. I think that overall the humor and the tone work really well. I think Noah Baumbach is very good at that sort of thing. This one's clearly more of a comedy than something like Marriage Story, in that it's clearly going for more laughs, but at the same time there are moments of sentimentality and sincerity and actual drama that I feel work in a movie that is sort of grounded in as much realism as this film is. I really like the performances from Adam Sandler and Ben Stiller. I think that they bring great comedic and dramatic chops to this movie, and Dustin Hoffman's really good as well as the father character. This one I wasn't quite as attached to as I was with Marriage Story. I think that about 3/4 of the way through the movie it starts to lose a little bit of steam with the pacing, and there are some jokes that I feel don't land as well as others. For example, like the daughter character that Adam Sandler has that goes to college and makes the weird movies that she makes. I don't know, something about those jokes just weren't for me, but otherwise I think the comedy, like I said before, really holds up. And I have to give credit to the music, which is composed by Randy Newman. you've got a friend in me. So yeah, the music's really good in this movie too. Nice, sort of quaint type of movie that I think a lot of fans of more grounded comedies would really enjoy. This is one of the 4 Adam Sandler movies that's actually pretty good. Jacob's Ladder is a 1990 American psychological horror film that's directed by Adrian Lyne and stars Tim Robbins as a Vietnam War veteran who is going through all sorts of different forms of psychosis through the movie and is convinced that there are forces at will that are after him and his combat companions. This movie is pretty surreal at times, and I'm really a big fan of that sort of thing, and I really like a lot of the stylistic choices they did with this film. The moments where Jacob as a character is at his lowest and in different forms of not being able to escape whatever is pursuing him is really captivating, and I think that the environments that they put him in, specifically towards the end where they kind of put him in a hospital setting, is really captivating, and I think that the production value of those moments is just really well done. It's almost like a horror film at times. I would definitely say it's more psychological though, just in terms of what the character's going through and the overall tone of the movie. There are definitely moments where you're meant to kind of be unsettled and scared, but I don't think that's the overall goal of the entire film. I think it's just to sort of make you question what is real and what isn't in terms of what the character is going through. I really like Tim Robbins in this movie. I think he does a good job of portraying this character, someone who is very unsure of his reality and just generally confused all the time. I think that Tim Robbins is good at playing characters that are just either confused or woefully sad. Look to The Shawshank Redemption, for example. I think this is one of those movies that starts off really strong, but then as it gets to the third act of the film, it kind of just falls a little downhill. I think that the ending of the movie isn't very satisfactory for what you get and what you go through. It's one of those endings where it's sort of left up to the imagination of the viewer, and I don't think this is one of those movies that really can stand on its own 2 legs and try to pull an ending like that off. A movie like I'm Thinking of Ending Things is ambiguous throughout the entire thing and has an ending that is very similar to the entire tone of the movie, whereas a movie like this, it feels like it's more so building up to answers that you eventually get, and then you get the answer and then it still ends in an ambiguous way, when really I think something a little more concrete would have been preferable. But overall, I liked this movie. I liked the tone. I liked the character. There's a scene in a club involving some thrusting, I will just say that, and if you've seen this one, you'll know what I'm talking about. Prepare your eyes. The Princess and the Frog is a 2009 animated Disney film that is about a princess who kisses a frog and then something happens. I don't want to say too much because I don't know what in all this movie is considered a spoiler, because there are things that happen in this movie that I just didn't expect, and I remember seeing commercials for this when it was coming out, and so I was pretty pleasantly surprised by what this movie had to offer in terms of plot. It was very kind of subversive in the way that it handles the classic Princess and the Frog story. To give it a little background, my girlfriend wanted to watch this movie because she's from Louisiana and that's where this movie takes place, and it was her turn to pick the movie that night, and so she wanted to watch this and I was pretty open to it, and so we watched it mostly because she wanted to see the locations that pop up in the film and the kind of Louisiana culture that you get with it. I think the music's great, and I think that the animation gets to certain points in this movie that is just really artistically unique. There are small segments in this film that make me wish that the entire movie was animated in those certain ways. Not that the animation style by default is bad or anything, but I just wish that Disney had a more unique palette of animation under its belt other than, you know, the same kind of 2D animated stuff that we had gotten in the past. I also wish that the main character was in her normal form than what we get for the most of this movie. I'm trying to describe my feelings on it without giving anything away, but it's really difficult to do that. But I just kind of wish that they had kept her normal, usual self just a little bit more than what we get in the film. But yeah, good music, good animation. I think it's pretty solid. If you like animated Disney movies, check this out. This was one of those animated films that people were talking about as like being the last 2D animated Disney film about like a Disney princess, and this movie didn't do financially great, so then Disney was like, oh well, I guess people don't like 2D animation anymore. It's like, no, maybe this was just a weird time to try to make a movie like this, especially in an animation style that has been consistently similar throughout your entire filmography of animated films up to that point. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, though. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Let me know if I am. Barbarian is a 2022 American horror film directed by Zach Kreger and stars Georgina Campbell, Bill Skarsgård, and Justin Long, where Georgina Campbell plays a young woman who books an Airbnb at the same time that Bill Skarsgård character books it, and so they have to figure out what to do with the fact that they have this Airbnb at the same time, and also there may or may not be some more devilish, nefarious works at play. I really love the first probably 80% of this film. I think that overall this film is really well done, really uniquely shot in a lot of points. There are different moments of unique cinematography that just really made me appreciate how this film was made. There are certain shots that make it seem like it's a very creepy kind of third person, far perspective kind of viewpoint, and it just really was well done for those certain segments. There were times when you were following one character on this specific path that they were going on. It felt like it was almost kind of like a video game cutscene that you were watching, but not in a negative way, like how a lot of movies are typically described when comparing them to video games. They're more so sprinkled out throughout the entire movie, and I think it's really well done. I like the characters a lot. I think Georgina Campbell, Bill Skarsgård, and Justin Long do a good job. Justin Long's character is especially fun to watch, and I think that the horror elements of this movie work very well up to a certain point. Without giving anything away, I really wasn't a fan of how this movie ended. It kind of felt like they were running out of time and had to rush the ending of the film. And I get kind of what they were going for, especially with the knowledge that Zach Kreger is a member of the Whitest Kids You Know, and so he's got a background in sketch comedy, and so there are a lot of elements in this movie that just kind of feel absurd and out of left field, which is very in character for that sketch show, but maybe not necessarily for a movie like this. But yeah, really enjoyed this one. I think it's a solid horror film. Wasn't a huge fan of the ending, but you know, I guess some people are. Good for you, I guess. Isle of Dogs. Get it? Isle of Dogs. I love dogs. Haha. Is a film directed by Wes Anderson that stars a whole shit ton of people, because I'm not going to list them all because that would take fucking forever. I've been slowly chiseling away at the Wes Anderson filmography. I only have one left to watch, and it's his very first movie, Bottle Rocket. So once I get that done, hopefully I'll make a video ranking all of his films in order of what I like versus what I don't like, but you know, that'll come another day. But yeah, back to this movie. I think the animation style is great. I really like the stop motion that Wes Anderson puts into his movies, especially Fantastic Mr. Fox, and I think that it matches the quality of this film also as well. Obviously, the cinematography, the sort of camera angles, and the visuals are really good in this film. Wes Anderson has an eye for those sorts of things, and I really like the pacing of this film too. It didn't feel too long, it didn't feel too short. It felt like you got just enough of what you needed to get out of it in terms of pacing and story. I didn't like this one as much as Fantastic Mr. Fox. Fantastic Mr. Fox, I think, is one of his best films ever, but I really did think that this is pretty unique and kind of is a little more unique than something like The French Dispatch or Life Aquatic. There is a certain issue that I sometimes have with Wes Anderson's style of writing, in that it almost sounds like he writes his characters in the exact same way. With this movie, I feel like you get a little bit more of a unique sort of array of characters that you can work from and kind of observe on screen, but for the most part, I think it's the same kind of Wes Anderson thing that you usually get. But I think this is one of those films that gets stronger as it goes along instead of the other way around, so I definitely think that it has that going for it, and I like the whole Japanese aesthetic that the movie has throughout the entire thing. I think that it's very unique, and I think that it shows that Wes Anderson has a sort of knack for fitting any kind of movie into any kind of style that he kind of wants to. If you're a fan of Wes Anderson, I highly suggest this one. I think you'll enjoy it. After Yang is a 2021 science fiction drama film directed by CODA, starring Colin Farrell, Judy Turner-Smith, Justin H. Min, and a bunch of other people, and is about this family who basically adopts this android big brother figure for the little sister to play with and for the android figure to look after, when all of a sudden the android figure starts malfunctioning and they have to reevaluate what he meant to their family unit and to their lives. I think that visually this film, much like Columbus, the previous film that Kogonada directed, is simply gorgeous. There isn't a shot in this movie that I don't think works. It's very visually captivating, like Columbus was. And I think it's quite a unique take on the science fiction genre. It's a little more quiet, it's a lot less in your face about it, but you can tell that the society that they live in is a little more updated. It's sort of like what you would get if you took a Black Mirror episode, but you made it really happy instead of really sad, which I think is a good way of describing that. Colin Farrell does a really good job, like he usually does. I think that his acting is really subtle, but it's much needed for his character, I think. I think he was really well cast, and I don't think there was any bad casting choices in this movie at all. Some people might have issue with the pacing, and I think that this film isn't as nicely paced as something like Columbus. I think that it does tend to sort of drag on a little bit, but that might be just because I didn't connect with the characters as much as I did with Columbus. Not that I wasn't able to connect with them at all, it's just that my investment level wasn't in there as much as it was for his previous film. And I think that after a certain point, this movie can tend to get a little repetitive, even for someone like me who likes to think that he has a certain level of patience for movies such as this. And there were some instances with the visual stuff that you could clearly tell was just a green screen that they used for like a cityscape background or something. And that's really like the only instance of the visuals that I can think of that just didn't work. I like the sound design. I like the music. I think that's very subtle and it sort of matches the tone of what they want to go with this. There was a sort of energy that involved the dance sequence at the start of this film that I kind of wish would pop up every now and again for this movie. It almost felt like they were setting something up that was supposed to come later but just didn't. Basically just in terms of the energy and the pacing that it brought forward instead of, the specific scene itself. But I would have liked to see something like that sprinkled throughout the movie, just moments of little bits of excitement and jubilance, I guess, but we didn't end up getting it. And there's also moments in this film that make you think of concepts that you're pretty much already familiar with movies that touch on subject matter like this, like Blade Runner. So I don't think it brings a whole lot of new ideas forward, but I think that this movie, for the most part, is pretty well crafted. If you liked Columbus, more than likely you'll also enjoy this film as well. The Sixth Sense is a 1999 psychological thriller film directed by M. Night Shyamalan starring Bruce Willis, where he plays a child psychologist that is supposed to help Haley Joel Osment's character, who's a little boy, as he claims that he can talk to the dead. This is a unique situation for me, I guess, but probably not a unique situation for a lot of people that go into watching this movie for the first time, because this is one of those films that is sort of referenced in pop culture a lot as being like the spoiler movie, So of course I knew what the twist was going into it. There's no way that I don't think I possibly couldn't have known, but I don't think it detracted from my overall enjoyment of this film at all. I definitely think that this is one of M. Night's best movies, for sure. I think the tone of it is really well matched with the characters and the writing and the performances. I think that Bruce Willis, this is probably one of his best films that he's done. And Toni Collette really does a great job as playing the mother character to Haley Joel Osment. I feel like perhaps this film was a little overhyped for me when I was going into it, because I thought that it was pretty solid overall, but I don't think I was really that attached to the characters enough to really invest myself into it that much. And I think that it probably would have made more of an impact with me regardless of whether or not I knew the twist going into it, had I been able to connect with those characters a little bit more. To me, this is sort of on the same level as Unbreakable, another Bruce Willis M. Night movie, where the tone is very similar, the character is very similar, but overall, for the purposes of the story, those two things that are the same work for each film. So yeah, I recommend this one overall if you're a fan of psychological angle of movies, if you like twists, even though you probably already know what the twist of this movie is. But I'm not going to be the one to tell you if you don't know. Leave No Trace is a 2018 drama film that stars Ben Foster and Thomasin McKenzie as a father-daughter duo who live in the woods away from society when they're kind of thrust back into living with other people. This film kind of reminds me of something like Captain Fantastic, that follows a family who lives in the woods and then is sort of forced to ingratiate themselves or re-enter society in some way. And this one I think is a little more grounded than a film like that. I think the reasons are a lot better, and I think that the characters are a little more likable in this film than something like Captain Fantastic. And I think that the sound design with the nature setting versus the urban setting is really well done, and I think is something that a lot of people probably won't even notice with a film like this. I think Ben Foster's great, and I think Thomasin McKenzie is excellent in this film. I think that she plays a really good role as the daughter character. You get a good sense of the sort of conflict that they share from the beginning when the main action point at the start of the film takes place, and the conflict sort of rises from that, and you get a really good sense of who their characters are and what sort of stuff Ben Foster's character has been through. There are some decisions by the characters, specifically Ben Foster's character, that made me feel like the writing didn't match what they were hoping to accomplish with the scene that actually was made from it. I think that they were hoping that we would understand that Ben Foster's character is very stubborn, where at a lot of points it just felt that he was kind of stupid and naive. And I think that his character makes some decisions that just kind of made me scratch my head. I don't think that the intention of the filmmaker matched up with what we got in the final product at some points. But I think this movie had a really powerful ending, and I think that it was really solid overall. I can't say I was bored, and I really liked the subtlety of it. Glass Onion, or Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery, in case you didn't fucking know that it was a Knives Out movie, is directed and written by Ryan Johnson and stars Daniel Craig as Benoit Blanc, and is a continuation of the first Knives Out film, where it follows him as the detective character who is invited to a murder mystery party on this island that is very expensive, hosted by this guy played by Edward Norton, and you're introduced to a cast of characters, and then all of a sudden it goes from a fake whodunit to a real whodunit really quickly. First off, I think Daniel Craig is amazing in this movie. I think that he is really charismatic and fun in this role, and you can tell that it's just refreshing for him to not have to play James Bond again. And I think that most of the characters are fun to watch, and the actors that play them give decent performances. I really like Dave Bautista's character. I think Edward Norton's pretty much good in everything that he's in. This movie doesn't feel as tight as the first Knives Out, and I think that that's kind of the main thing going against it. It feels a little more loose. It feels a little more all over the place. It jumps between different time periods quite a bit and gives you a lot of backstory in the middle of the film for certain characters. And I think it just kind of overall halted the pacing at some points. There are moments in this film that kind of made me roll my eyes as to like the plot elements that were being implemented, but at the same time I kind of have to remember that it's a dumb, tongue-in-cheek murder mystery movie that's sort of playing itself for goofs and not taking itself that seriously. But at the same time, there were just things about it that I didn't think worked as well as the first movie. You can clearly tell who the main villain is pretty much from the get-go. As far as like being a mystery goes, it's not that much to figure out, I guess. As far as being a whodunit, it's kind of pretty obvious who done it when you're introduced to the characters and you see who they all are and how they all act. So in that sense, it's a little bit predictable. But yeah, overall, fun murder mystery character movie that has some good acting and some fun moments. The Fabelmans is a 2022 coming-of-age drama film that's directed by Steven Spielberg and stars Michelle Williams, Paul Dano, Seth Rogen, Gabriel LaBelle, and Judd Hirsch. And it follows this family whose son sort of becomes obsessed with the concept of filming and becoming a movie maker when he discovers that he accidentally filmed some really bad family implications, and it kind of follows him throughout the movie and causes some family drama. I think that overall overall, this was pretty solid. I don't think Steven Spielberg usually makes anything that is less than at least decent. I mean, I haven't seen Ready Player One yet, so I could be wrong. But overall, I think that this is probably one of his more personal movies. Just thinking about the subject matter and the fact that I guess this is kind of loosely based on Steven Spielberg's upbringing. I think the cinematography is decent. I think that the music matches with the tone well. I think that the acting is really good. I really like Paul Dano and Michelle Williams. I think that Gabriel LaBelle as Sammy, I think does a really good job, especially as a younger actor. There were just certain moments that felt like they were a little distracting. Like there was a cameo towards the end of the movie that I liked in the moment, but after giving it some time just sort of took me out of the movie and made it feel a little anticlimactic. There are moments where you're supposed to believe that Paul Dano is getting older, and the way they do that is they just gray up his sideburns a little bit and don't really do much else. And it kind of took me out of the movie, especially because Paul Dano naturally is more baby-faced than a lot of other actors, even though he's like, what, almost 40 now? And Seth Rogen, sometimes I just can't get past the fact that it's Seth Rogen in a movie that you're supposed to take seriously. And he's just one of those actors that I don't think I'll ever be able to see him and look past the fact that he's the weed stoner funny man. But yeah, it's a pretty solid film overall, and I think that the pacing is pretty decently made. I do think that this movie sort of loses steam in the third act of the film and kind of loses focus on what ultimately Spielberg wanted this movie to be about. And it feels like the character kind of goes on a side mission of sorts and has to deal with these new characters that are introduced, and it kind of tries to tie it back into what this film originally was going for in terms of theme and message. But overall, that third act of the film just kind of felt like it was not matching up with the rest of the movie at all. But if you like Steven Spielberg movies and you like his style of filmmaking, which is pretty safe and sentimental and pretty cleanly made, I definitely suggest checking this one out. Pretty solid, pretty good. I Don't Feel at Home in This World Anymore, directed by Macon Blair, starring Melanie Lynskey and Elijah Wood, is a comedy thriller film about this woman who is kind of disenfranchised with life, and then all of a sudden her laptop is stolen, so she enlists the help of Elijah Wood's character, and from there the two sort of get into a bunch of trouble. This film had an interesting vibe. It was very much a comedy almost through and through until it got to the very last part of the movie where it sort of touched on more serious elements of it. And I think that this movie was stronger when it kind of lingered on those awkward sort of character interactions and moments of comedy in it. I do like Elijah Wood's character, and I think he has good chemistry with Melanie Lynskey as the lead character. I thought they were both pretty solid overall in this movie. The main thing that this film has going against it is I don't think it knows entirely what it wants to be a lot of the times, and some of the effects are kind of bad. There's some violent aspects of this movie that don't look great. For a good portion of this film, you can't tell whether or not it wants to be a tongue-in-cheek kind of character comedy or if it wants to be a lower stakes thriller. And overall, I think one of the bigger things that this movie has going against it is that it's pretty forgettable. There's a lot of this movie that I'm just having a hard time recalling right now, especially since I did watch this at the beginning of 2022. But it had some solid parts, and I think that as a movie it works overall. And I like Macon Blair as an actor. He's in two of Jeremy Saulnier's films, Blue Ruin and Green Room, Blue Ruin being more notable because he's the main character. So I thought it was interesting watching a movie that was directed by him. You can kind of see where there's an overlap between his and Jeremy Saulnier's style. Pretty solid. Jackass Forever is a comedy stunt film that's directed by Jeff Tremaine and stars Johnny Knoxville, Steve-O, pretty much all those guys except for Bam Margera because of, controversy, and is pretty much just the same thing as the previous Jackass movies. You're just watching these guys get hurt. I thought that the stunts were pretty fun. I thought that the ideas for them were pretty creative a lot of the times, but me personally, when I'm watching Jackass, I enjoy more so the stunt aspects of it than the gross out aspects of it, and I feel like with this movie there was a lot going on where it was just pretty gross, and these movies are kind of hard to rate because a lot of what you get out of it is just what you want to get out of it. So if people go in wanting all that gross stuff, then I think they're gonna really like this movie. But if you're someone like me who wants more of like the slapstick stunt oriented features that are in these movies, then you might be a little disappointed. But I liked the cast of the new crew. I liked the new guys. I liked how they kind of handled a lot more of like the more physical stuff, because Obviously, Johnny Knoxville, Steve-O, those guys are getting up in age, and if they do like one more bad stunt, they're probably going to seriously hurt themselves or get killed. And there were moments in this movie that genuinely made me cringe because of the level of pain or grossness that appeared in this movie. But you know, that's pretty much the point of these movies, so I guess it did its job. I think personally I like Jackass 2 and 3 a little bit better than this, but for a Jackass movie, you really can't go wrong. Deadpool is a 2016 superhero film directed by Tim Miller and stars Ryan Reynolds as the titular character, and is about the merc with a mouth who goes around and kills people, and he can regenerate and all this haberdashery. This is one of those movies where you either like it for the action, or you like it for the comedy, or you like it for both. And I think personally I enjoyed this overall as just an action movie. I think that the stunt work, the effects, the choreography, I think that it all flows pretty well. And no matter how I feel about Ryan Reynolds, I can't help but have to acknowledge the fact that he is Deadpool. You know, he's pretty much the face of it now, and whenever people think of Deadpool, they usually think of Ryan Reynolds, myself included. I mean, it makes sense because he plays Deadpool in pretty much every other movie Ryan Reynolds is in, so I guess there's that. Overall, this movie is just dumb fun. I think that some of the jokes land. I think some of the jokes are a hard miss. This is one of those films that kind of throws everything at the wall in hopes that something sticks, and this one really resonates with a lot of people. But I don't know if I ever need to really check this out again. Maybe if I'm scrolling through the internet, I can look at a scene of him swinging his swords or shooting guns and killing people, and I think I would get some sort of surface level enjoyment from that. But overall, I don't think I really need to revisit this one. The Power of the Dog is a 2021 Western film that stars Benedict Cumberbatch, Kirsten Dunst, Jesse Plemons, and Cody Smith-McPhee, and pretty much follows these characters as Benedict Cumberbatch's caravan happens upon this town, and his brother becomes infatuated with Kirsten Dunst's character, and Kirsten Dunst has a son who's played by Cody Smith-McPhee, and from there the son and Benedict Cumberbatch's character kind of have a struggle, but they sort of form a interesting relationship later on. That's all I'll say without getting into spoiler territory. I think this movie was pretty solid overall. I think that it was very nicely shot. I think that the performances are really good. I especially like Kirsten Dunst in this movie. I think that this is a pretty solid performance from her overall, and I always like Benedict Cumberbatch in pretty much anything I've seen him in. I don't think he's ever given a really bad performance, except for trying to pronounce the word penguin in a documentary. My biggest issue with this film is the pacing. I think that despite the fact that it is only a little over 2 hours long, it kind of feels a little bit longer just because of how it's paced out, and you really kind of feel the runtime of the film. And a lot of what this film does, it kind of makes you wonder where it's going and what the point of it is, and then once you get to the end and find out the point, it doesn't really feel like it's handled in a very impactful way. It's one of those films that sort of takes its time and builds itself up to something, but then the something you get at the end doesn't feel like worth going through the entire movie for. I don't know, pretty solid, not bad. If you like slow burn westerns and you like Benedict Cumberbatch, you'll probably enjoy this movie quite a bit. Big Trouble in Little China, or also known as John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China, is a 1986 fantasy action comedy film that's directed by John Carpenter and stars Kurt Russell, Kim Cattrall, Dennis Dunn, and James Hong, and features Kurt Russell as a truck driver who goes through Little China and finds that he is now in the midst of a war going on in sort of this hidden reality of Little China, and there are some supernatural elements to it as well. This movie's pretty goofy. I think that if you're looking for a more serious film, that this is definitely not one to watch because it is very tongue-in-cheek, and I think that most of it is done on purpose. It's very campy, it's very fun, it's very of the time, and it's pretty dated in a lot of aspects, but it kind of gives it a little bit of charm. This is one of those movies where if you're looking for good writing or good acting performances, you might have to look elsewhere for that. Kurt Russell's pretty good. I don't think that he really gives a bad performance, although it doesn't really stand out, but the rest of the cast just kind of feels pretty one note. The characters aren't really deep, and the writing isn't particularly good, but I think it has a tone that is carried through the film overall and is something that you could get behind if you enjoy the goofiness of it, which I did for the most part. And of course, the music is great too. It usually is in a John Carpenter movie. So yeah, give this a whirl. Nightmare Alley is a psychological thriller directed by Guillermo del Toro and stars Bradley Cooper, Cate Blanchett, Toni Collette, Willem Dafoe, and a bunch of other people, and is about Bradley Cooper's character who is running away from something that happened in his past, joining a circus basically as a carny, and sort of working his way up through the characters that are a part of it and establishing an act of his own. And from there, the act that he establishes is something that he continues to deal with throughout the rest of the film. That's as much as I can say without giving anything away. Dr. Seuss. This film is shot pretty beautifully. I think the cinematography in it is amazing. The visuals are great. I love the effects of the snow that are going on in the scenes when Bradley Cooper's in the city. And I just love how the environments and the production value is in this movie. I think that that's the strongest thing going for it. Bradley Cooper's good and the rest of the cast is pretty solid. I like Willem Dafoe even if you don't get enough of him in the film. Really, my biggest criticism of this movie is that it's pretty predictable. You can kind of gather from the get-go what's going to happen towards the end of the film, and if you're someone who really likes to be surprised by those things, it might take you out of it. And also the pacing isn't great. It's a little too long for my liking at 150 minutes. And I wish we would have gotten a little more time with a certain environment in the film that I thought was going to be the majority of it. Would have liked to see how that would have fit into the story a little bit more. But overall, you get some solid performances, some really good visuals, and a story that fits the environment and the characters in it. Really, I'll say this, since it's a Guillermo movie, you might be expecting some cool creature effects or some monsters in the movie, but I will just let you know right now that that's not really a thing with this. This is pretty grounded in realism for the most part, but still, I think it's pretty solid and worth checking out. Who knows, maybe I'll watch this one again and it'll go up or down. Who knows? Garden State is a 2004 romantic comedy drama film directed by Zach Braff and also stars Zach Braff, Natalie Portman, Peter Sarsgaard, and Ian Holm, and follows Zach Braff's character as a young actor who's struggling in Hollywood when he returns to his hometown in New Jersey. I believe it's New Jersey. I think that's why it's called Garden State. And he sort of reconnects with the people from his past, and he also meets Natalie Portman's character, and the two of them form a relationship. This is one of those films that's kind of both praised and notorious for being a pioneer of the kind of hipster indie genre. This movie's usually pointed to as being sort of an example that people like to use as the indie flick, almost sort of like a poster child in a sense, but this is a pretty low stakes, chill, almost, I wouldn't say feel-good movie, but a movie that really doesn't make you tense up or make you feel bad in any way. It's just kind of an experience, and it's one of those films where if you like the characters, then you can really get behind it, but if you don't like the characters, then you really probably won't like the movie. I thought Natalie Portman was great. She's definitely the standout in this film, and I think that she gives a really good performance, even if the writing isn't always 100% solid with her character and the way that she speaks. But I think that she does a good job in delivering what was written on the script for her. Zach Braff isn't bad. He's kind of written his own character as someone who doesn't really have a lot of emotions or passions or anything that really motivates him, and I guess that's kind of the point of what his character is, and you get a little bit more of that sense of him opening up towards the end of the film. But it's just interesting to me that he would write a character for himself to play that really doesn't require him to do much in the way of acting or performance. But still, you could tell with this movie and how it's made and the story behind it that it's a little more personal for him, and it's based off of real life experiences that he's probably gone through. Me personally, I enjoyed it overall, and I think that if you're a fan of lower stakes kind of indie movies with a really fucking good soundtrack, then this one will probably be right up your alley. Right up your nightmare alley. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is a 2022 Marvel film that was directed by Sam Raimi and stars Benedict Cumberbatch, Elizabeth Olsen, and, you know, a lot of the usual Marvel characters that we've come to know and love nowadays, and continues to follow Doctor Strange's character as he enters through the multiverse and has to solve this problem involving this new character that can change dimensions, essentially. I do like how different of an approach that this movie has compared to a lot of other Marvel movies that we have, especially ones that have recently come out, and I enjoy Benedict Cumberbatch overall. I enjoy Elizabeth Olsen. I think they give solid performances. And I like the visual effects with the multiverse and the changing of dimensions and some of the more abstract things going on in this film. And I appreciate that Sam Raimi tried to make it something unique and different and fit with his style of movies while also kind of fitting more into like the Marvel template essentially. But overall, I think this movie is pretty poorly structured. I think that the way that it goes about the plot is a little herky-jerky. You spend a lot of time in one location and then you'll spend 5 minutes in another location, and it feels like the location you spend 5 minutes in is maybe of more importance than the location you spent like a half hour, 45 minutes in. And some of the character motivations were a little lost on me, particularly because I didn't watch WandaVision. And I think that if you're someone who doesn't watch the Marvel shows on Disney Plus and aren't involved in any of that but only watch the movies, then a lot of what happens in this film might be a little lost on you. Not that it's entirely impossible to understand the perspectives of what's going on with the characters, but it makes it a little harder to attach yourselves to their motivation and what's going on. I also thought that the actress who played America Chavez wasn't really good at all. She was kind of distractingly bad throughout the film, and I don't think it helps that she's a major character throughout the entire movie. So there's a lot of points where the delivery of her dialogue just sort of reminds you that you're watching an actress in a movie and not watching a character in a movie. And it also doesn't help too that her character wasn't particularly well written either. But overall, it's a solid Marvel entry. It's more unique than what you usually get with the Marvel template, and if you like Sam Raimi, you'll probably get a few things out of this one. War of the Worlds is a 2005 science fiction film that was directed by Steven Spielberg and is based off of H.G. Wells' 1898 novel The War of the Worlds, and stars Tom Cruise, Dakota Fanning, Miranda Otto, and Tim Robbins, and basically follows Tom Cruise's character as a father of a older son and a younger daughter played by Dakota Fanning, and him trying to deal with an alien invasion essentially. I really like the scaling effects of this movie, in particular the tripods that the aliens control. They're sort of like the UFOs or the vehicles that they use to invade and start killing off all the humans. I really do think that the opening scene where Tom Cruise is running from a tripod is really well done, and I really like how those special effects are scaled and visualized throughout the movie. And I think that in that beginning scene when they're first introduced is the strongest point in the movie in terms of visuals. Tom Cruise is pretty charismatic. I mean, he really just plays Tom Cruise in this movie. It's not like he has to struggle too much to really get into this character. It's not like how he approached Collateral or anything. It's not real different from what he usually does. And there were genuine moments in this movie that filled me with tension. For example, there's a scene that doesn't involve any music but has to do with characters trying to get through a crowd with their car, and everybody's trying to get in the car. And I think that that's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Tim Robbins is not the greatest actor in this. I think that he was woefully miscast in this role. I think that his character, who is supposed to be like this kind of basement dwelling crazy person who is constantly paranoid about everything, would have been better played by someone like Willem Dafoe. Casting Tim Robbins, I think, was a mistake, and he is distracting in this film, to say the least. And there are some character decisions that leave you scratching your head. For example, there's a character choice in which one of the characters runs up a hill and essentially is running towards where the explosions are. That's all I'll say. And the way that this movie ends feels pretty rushed, but that might also just be a product of what kind of story this is and the source material, because I guess that also ends in a very abrupt way. But this is a solid blockbuster, solid Tom Cruise vehicle. I think that if you like those two things and you enjoy spectacle, I think that you'll get plenty out of this film. Apocalypto is a 2006 action-adventure film that's directed by Mel Gibson and stars Rudy Youngblood, Raul Trujillo, and a bunch of other people whose names I'm probably going to butcher if I try to pronounce them, so I apologize. And follows this tribe of Mayans who live in the woods, where they are essentially attacked by another group of Mayans and brought to the temple where they perform sacrifices, and they have to try to figure out how to get out out of this situation. The beginning of this film had me quite worried because it doesn't feature great dialogue and it doesn't really feature that great of acting either. And I think that I was really worried that that's pretty much what the rest of the film was going to be. There were moments of comedy that just didn't quite land, but once the conflict starts in this film and once the action kind of takes place and takes off and they change locations, I think is really when I got into this movie. From there, the performances got better. I think the movie kind of shifted tone and really focused in on the dire situation and the tension that the characters were going through. And I think that overall it works really well for the most part. There's a lot of actions that happen that kind of leave you scratching your head and make you wonder like, well, how did that happen? What is, and at one point the movie kind of devolves into almost a Rambo knockoff essentially. But I like the backdrop and I like the location and the setting of it being during the Mayan times. I also appreciate the fact that this movie is solely relied on subtitles and kind of helps you be immersed into the setting of the film. I think that that was a good choice by Mel Gibson. But overall, it's a pretty standard story. You kind of see where it's going a little bit, and there's nothing really too unique about it or stand out, but overall, it's a pretty solid action adventure film in of itself. And for being a 2006 film, I think that the effects hold up pretty well for the most part. So yeah, give this a whirl if you're interested. Attack the Block is a 2011 British science fiction comedy horror film. That's a lot of adjectives right there. And it stars John Boyega, Jodie Whittaker, and Nick Frost. And it follows this group of thugs, basically this gang of young teenagers, as an alien invasion takes place and they have to defend themselves from the attackers. This film feels very much like it's inspired by Edgar Wright's movies, most specifically Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz and The World's End, which I think this came out before The World's End, so I don't even know if I could use that as an example. Redacted. And I think that the inspiration for it is made even more obvious with the casting of Nick Frost as sort of this goofy drug dealer oaf kind of character who likes to get high and goof off all day. I do like the performances from the kids. I think John Boyega was 19 at the time of this movie, playing a 15-year-old. I could be wrong though, so don't quote me on that, but I like the performances from the younger actors. I think that they're pretty convincing, and I think that they nailed the dialogue and the sort of dynamic that a lot of youthful, ruckusing, roughhousing British kids would be like. I mean, maybe, I don't know, I don't live over there, I'm not really in that world, but it seemed like it to me. I kind of liked how the aliens were designed. They were almost like monstrous Muppet creatures at a lot of points. They're very fuzzy and they're basically pitch black, so you don't really get any fine details from it, and that's probably to make it so that they're easier to make in special effects and hide in the darkness. But the design is pretty interesting overall, especially compared to a lot of other alien movies where they're just little green men. This movie, I think, tries really hard to be something like Edgar Wright movie where the comedy is maybe 70% of it, whereas the seriousness is like 30%. I think it kind of misses the mark at being a very visually compelling movie in particular. There's nothing really unique or stand out about the production value or the designs or the set or really anything going on visually with this film. And overall, at times, it can feel like it's a little bland, a little cliche, a little predictable. And some of the characters are pretty one note. There are characters that are literally just meant to be gangsters and villains, and that's all that there is to it, essentially. Basically, a lot of what this movie is pretty cookie cutter, but overall, I think if you want to get a solid alien invasion movie, then you'll probably get this with this film. Elvis is a 2022 biographical drama that is directed by Baz Luhrmann and stars Austin Butler and Tom Hanks, and is essentially the rise and fall of Elvis Presley. I'm going to say this right out of the gate. I think that Austin Butler gives a really good performance in this movie as Elvis. I think that he really nails the voice. I think he gets the moves down, and you can tell he put a lot of effort and work into playing this character. I really do think that Austin Butler stands out far above and beyond a lot of the other acting in this movie, in particular Tom Hanks's character. I'm going to blame Tom Hanks's acting on the direction of this film. I think that he was directed pretty poorly, and I think that the character that he played just totally missed the mark. I think that Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker just completely whiffs at what it was trying to hit hit. And I can't take him seriously as a villain at all when he does that goofy kind of weird fucking Polish European accent, whatever he's got going on. Some people would say I'm the villain of this here story. It's just fucking stupid, and I can't believe that that was actually approved and greenlit by someone. I think that it would have been way better if they cast someone like John Goodman, who actually could look the part and has a good voice for playing more of a villain character. I think that would be somebody who would make an infinitely better villain and foil to Austin Butler's Elvis character. Some people can be turned off by the editing in this movie. I don't think I was really one of those people until it got towards the end of the film, maybe more so the second half of it, because I enjoyed the frenetic energy of it for the most part and how much it was flying along until it got to a scene involving a character having to be drafted. And from there, the pacing kind of falls apart. The editing isn't as zany as I would have liked it to be, and it doesn't really help flow the movie along all that well. And at that point, it gets a little bit repetitive. But I mean, I didn't hate this movie overall. Some people really don't like this movie and are just passionately against it. But I liked the performance that Austin Butler gave. I wouldn't be too surprised if he won the Oscar for Best Actor in a Film, although I'm rooting for my boy Brendan, obviously. Brendan Fraser for The Whale. So yeah, if you want to, I guess, watch an Elvis biopic and want to see a good performance, I think that you can watch scenes of this movie and get some enjoyment out of them. Strawberry Mansion is a 2021 science fiction adventure romantic comedy film. Again, a long list of adjectives. And stars Penny Fuller, Kentucker Audley, Grace Glowacki, and a few other people, and is directed by Albert Burney and Kentucker Audley. That is an interesting name. And is about this guy who is basically a tax person for like he works for the IRS, but essentially for people's dreams, and he has to go to this lady's house and evaluate all of her untaxed dreams. And essentially he learns a lot about who he is and what he's looking for in life. This is a pretty surreal movie. It definitely has more of an indie feel to it. There's a lot of practical costumes, a lot of practical effects that go into this film that make it feel a little more quirky and colorful. And overall, I think that the biggest thing that this movie has going for it is tone. I think that a lot of what this movie offers in terms of tone can be very appealing to people who are looking for a more quaint and sort of underground movie. And the music's pretty enjoyable. It kind of helps fit the atmosphere of what's going on in the film. And while the story isn't really anything too special, I think that it is effective enough for what this film ultimately wants to be. Some of the performances aren't great. They feel a little bit stifled, and some of the pacing can get a little bit repetitive. Obviously, not all the effects are going to be great because it looked like this was made with a really low budget. And I think some of the sound mixing and sound editing could have been a little better. Sometimes it was hard to hear what a character was saying when there was music going on in a scene, almost having like a Christopher Nolan effect. But overall, I enjoyed what this movie was, and I think that there will be scenes in this film that will stick with me for a long time. Elephant is a 2003 film directed by Gus Van Sant and follows multiple different students throughout the school during the events of a school shooting, and kind of depicts events that happened before the school shooting and how these characters are interconnected and how they interact with each other, sort of like a day-to-day life sort of thing. This is, I guess, the second movie in Gus Van Sant's Death trilogy, the first one being Jerry and the second one being Last Days, which is, I guess, like a more Kurt Cobain inspired film about a rock star. The main through line of these films being about actual events, or at least inspired by them. And this one is clearly taking inspiration from the Columbine school shootings. It takes two characters and it dresses them up very similarly to the perpetrators of that event. This is not a traditional narrative structure. This is a very objective, almost view of what's going on and the events that take place, and a very fly on the wall perspective of things that happen in this movie. There are characters that are introduced only to be killed off as soon as they come into the storyline, and a lot of what happens doesn't feel like it really matters all that much, and it really doesn't feel like it has a through line or a point that it's moving towards. But I think that's part of what this movie was going for. It was, I think, trying to show you the mundaneness and the sameness and the kind of lackadaisical nature of everyday life until something like a school shooting takes place. What I will say is that it doesn't really feel like the movie is gratuitous about the school shooting. It doesn't really make it feel like an action film or like a revenge story or anything like that. It very much grounds it in reality. And I think that overall the visceral nature of it can really have an emotional impact on you, especially if you're someone who is vulnerable to this type of subject matter. The movie ends in a very abrupt way, and some could say it was unsatisfying how it ended, and I think I might be one of those people. The film just sort of leaves you hanging in events that take place and sort of leaves off in the middle of something that's going on. But overall, I enjoyed what it went for. I liked the interweaving of events and the different perspectives that you get with the characters that you follow and how it depicts the same interactions that happen in the film in different shots and in different scenes and from different points of view. If you want a quiet, sort of fly on the wall, really serious look at a very serious subject matter, then I think that this movie will do quite a bit for you. I recommend it. At least just check it out. This film is not yet rated. As a 2006 documentary film about the MPAA, the Motion Picture Association of America, and the ratings that they give movies, and is directed by Kirby Dick, which is a very fitting name for a documentary of this subject matter, and is essentially a undercover sort of sting operation that they put together in order to identify the members of the MPAA and the voting process and what constitutes an NC-17 rating for a film and what that means on a cultural level. I think that overall this is a pretty effective documentary. I think that the subject matter is very interesting and you get to learn a lot about how the MPAA operates and the practices that they do, and gives you a good amount of insight into just how movies are rated and the kind of stigma that certain ratings have with films. And there's almost this sense of censorship that's going on within the MPAA that sort of goes against everything that they were initially established to do. Really, my biggest criticism with this movie is just how dated it feels. It almost feels like it's older than something that came out in 2006, and a lot of the quality of the filmmaking isn't very great. There's a little bit of a goofy tone when they're going about the sting operations and a lot of the undercover work, and it sort of doesn't really match up with the kind of hypocrisy that they're trying to point to, I guess, for lack of a better word. It's hard to describe, but there's an aspect of this movie that just feels a little too goofy, a little too cheesy, a little too tongue-in-cheek for my liking. And because of the music choices and the technical aspects of those scenes that happen, it sort of dates the movie a lot for me. But overall, I don't think it takes away too much from the information that you get, from the enjoyment that you get, and the sense of hilarity that you encapsulate with this movie when thinking about the information that you're given. I really encourage anybody out there to check this out. If you look up this movie, This Film Is Not Yet Rated documentary, you can I think you can watch it for free on watchdocumentaries.com or something like that. I think that's how I viewed it. And if you look it up on your phone, you could even cast it to your TV. So there you have it. You don't even have to look at your phone or look at the computer. You can just listen and watch and do whatever you want. So yeah, I recommend this. Warriors is a 1979 action thriller film that is directed by Walter Hill and is based off of a 1965 novel that was written by Sol Urich and stars Michael Beck, James Remar, and a bunch of other people, and essentially follows this gang called the Warriors as they join a bunch of different gangs for this meeting where someone gathers them all together and proposes the idea of working together when all of a sudden there's an assassination that happens and the Warriors are blamed for it. So then they have to run back to their home base essentially to avoid the danger of the other gangs that are pursuing them. This movie is quite a bit like Big Trouble in Little China. I kind of likened it to something that was a little less than Escape from New York. It essentially feels like a John Carpenter movie without really being a John Carpenter film. This movie is pretty cheesy, but it's fun in a lot of ways. Some of the action choreography is pretty impressive, specifically when there's a fight scene inside of a bathroom. There's people getting flung into stalls, and There are sets breaking, there's mirrors shattering, there's doors being broken down. And in those action scenes, it's pretty fun to watch these things take place. And the music's pretty engaging. I like the environments, I like the sets, I like how just empty everything feels when they're trying to get through the city at nighttime. You don't really see any pedestrians or anything. You literally just see gang members and police officers, and it kind of gives you this ambience almost of just loneliness and emptiness, and it almost makes the city a character, and it makes it feel like a labyrinth that they're trying to get through. I don't know, I enjoyed that aspect of it quite a bit. Something that's not as good is the acting. A lot of the acting is pretty bad. A lot of the writing isn't great. There's some words and word choices that characters use that's pretty dated. By far, I think the best performance in this movie is David Patrick Kelly as the villain. You know, he has the iconic "Warriors, come out and play." He's that guy, essentially. But he's a little over the top and he's cheesy. But I would say that it's more of a positive because at least he's memorable. A lot of the other characters in this movie aren't too memorable, and they don't really stand out too much, specifically with Michael Beck's character. He kind of comes across as a wooden board, essentially. It's like if you took a wet piece of bread and slapped it on the table and said, "Here you go, here's your dinner," when, you know, you ordered Christian Bale from the menu. But it's goofy, it's cheesy, it's fun, it's definitely dated, but I'm sure you could get something out of this if you checked it out. Black Panther: Wakanda Forever is a 2022 superhero Marvel movie that stars Letitia Wright, Lupita Nyong'o, Denai Guerrera, and Angela Bassett, and basically follows these characters after a tragic event and sort of deals with a new kingdom that's on the rise from the character of Namor, I think it was. He's the fish guy that has the little wings on his shoes. I think that for the most part, they really did a good job of handling Chadwick Boseman's death and acknowledging that in the film and making it a part of the movie and sort of interweaving it into the plot. I think that the performances are pretty solid overall. I think that this is one of the more serious Marvel movies that has come out in recent time, and I think it's pretty appropriate for the most part. I think a lot of what doesn't work about this movie is the humor. I think that the humor just really doesn't land for the most part. I think that this movie is pretty strong when it's more so trying to be serious about what's happening to the characters in the movie. And I like the performances. Like I said, Letitia Wright does a good job. She kind of takes the mantle as the Black Panther and is the main character, and you really kind of get a good sense of the struggle that she's going through in terms of what took place at the beginning of the movie. I really wasn't too convinced by the actor who played Namor, Tenoch Huerta Mejia. I hope I'm pronouncing that okay. I'm sorry, dude, if you're listening, you're probably not. But I wasn't entirely convinced by his acting. Not that he was bad in particular, just that he really didn't stand out too much to me as a villain character. And I thought that a lot of the effects were a little left to be desired, specifically with his character flying around. A lot of it just straight up didn't look good. And I have a huge issue with the mid-credit scene in this film that implies a lineage of sorts, and I think that overall it just didn't fit with the rest of the film and is a very kind of, oh, isn't this convenient that this is actually taking place sort of thing, and it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But overall, solid Marvel film. I mean, most Marvel movies are pretty solid, I guess, for lack of a better word. So if you like Marvel, you're gonna like this movie. Just, you know, that's basically what it is. Kill Bill Volume 2 is the sequel to Kill Bill Volume 1, directed by Quentin Tarantino. Also stars Uma Thurman, Lucy Liu, Daryl Hannah, Vivica A. Fox, David Carradine. All those same cast members come back pretty much, and continues the saga of Uma Thurman as the bride, going through and getting her revenge for what happened on her wedding day. I really enjoyed Kill Bill Volume 1. I think it is now one of my favorite Quentin Tarantino movies. I think that it's a lot of fun. It's very campy. It's very goofy and tongue-in-cheek on purpose, but it's super stylistic at the same time, and I think is just really well done as an action movie overall. I think that this Volume 2 is kind of a step down from what we get in Volume 1. Essentially, you get a lot more dialogue in this movie than you do that campy, fun, goofy, tongue-in-cheek action. And not that the characters and the dialogue are badly written or anything, but it just kind of feels like a weird juxtaposition compared to what you get in the first film. And when you're expecting the same thing essentially in the next part of a movie, then it almost feels like kind of a letdown. This movie in particular feels pretty long. The first one was paced, I think, really good, whereas this one you feel a little bit more of it because it takes its time more with establishing the events that happen. And overall, I don't think that this one had as much of an impact with me as the first one did, just in terms of the characters and the way that the scenes play out and how it really doesn't feel like there's much of a gravitas that's happening with the events that take place. I still like the characters. There's a few scenes that are really good, like the conflict with Daryl Hannah and the scene where Uma Thurman is trying to escape from a coffin. I think that those two scenes stand out to me as being the best part of the film. And who knows, maybe if I were to watch Kill Bill The Whole Bloody Affair, which I don't know how because it's something that you can only watch in Japan on certain days because they'll screen it sometimes, maybe if I watch it that way, I'll have a different viewpoint of this movie in relation to the first one as a whole. But right now, this is a pretty solid 7 out of 10 for me. Deadpool 2 is a superhero comedy film. It is the sequel to the first Deadpool that came out before this one. Obviously, that's how fucking sequels work. And stars Ryan Reynolds and is directed by David Leitch instead of Tim Miller. David Leitch, for those of you who don't know, is one of the co-directors of the first John Wick film. He went on to do movies like Atomic Blonde and Bullet Train. And he kind of took over this movie after Tim Miller, I think, was fired for creative differences, or he quit or something along those lines. I think he actually might have quit. I don't know. I know he left the project. That's as much as I remember. Yeah, this one I wasn't as fond of as the first one. The quality in terms of the action is pretty similar, I'd say. It's pretty engaging and for the most part well done, I would say. And I liked the introduction of a lot of the side characters. Zazie Beetz I thought was pretty good in this movie. I like a lot of the different ideas they had for the characters that were introduced. This movie is pretty much solely reliant on the fact that you pretty much have to find it funny in order to get any value out of it, and I didn't think it was as tight as the first one. I didn't think that the jokes were as funny in this sequel than it was in the first movie, and I thought that a lot of the jokes kind of went on a little too long. Some of the stuff that they tried to throw at the wall felt a little flat to me, just didn't stick, and I think it's just a preferential thing. This movie is clearly not made for me. This is very much a movie that I think like 13-year-old boys would love, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. And if you like Deadpool, then you're gonna love this movie. The Place Beyond the Pines is a drama film that's directed by Derek Cianfrance, I don't know how the fuck to pronounce that, and stars Ryan Gosling and Bradley Cooper, and it follows these characters as their lives kind of intertwine, one of them being a bank robber, the other one being a police officer, and from there it kind of goes on and tells the story of what happens after a certain event. This movie, I think, started off really strong. You kind of follow Ryan Gosling's character and it sort of goes along from there, and then you're introduced to Bradley Cooper's character, and after about 2/3 through the movie is where it kind of falls for me. Like the first part of this, I would say at least the first like 70% is really enjoyable, and then that last 30% I think is where it starts to get really weak in terms of like the story and the characters that are introduced and who we focus on. And there was some acting performances that I really couldn't take seriously. There's a character that's supposed to be in high school that looks like he's 30 years old, and the way that he speaks is way too caricature-y and goofy. There's a line where he literally goes, "You trying to go to math class and shit?" Like it's really fucking goofy. Yeah, I couldn't take that part seriously at all. But I mean, the performances are good. There's some really good shots in this movie, and the music's pretty compelling. But this is a very character-driven film, and if you're not really attached to those characters, you won't really get too much into it. I feel like we don't get enough of Ryan Gosling in this movie playing that character. I would have liked to see him a little more. When the movie doesn't become about him, I think is when it starts to falter a little bit. But pretty solid overall. Nothing super memorable. Just memorable in the sense that I was frustrated with the way it played out towards the end. The Dark Knight Rises was directed by Christopher Nolan and is a sequel to The Dark Knight that came out in 2008. This one came out in 2012. Stars Christian Bale as Batman, and it follows him on his journey to defeat Bane, who's played by Tom Hardy. After watching the first film in this trilogy for the first time, I was very curious as to how this one was going to play out, and I have to say that this one is a pretty pretty disappointing entry amongst all three films. The first one works as a solid origin story. It's nothing super new that we haven't seen before, but I think it works in terms of establishing the character, and then The Dark Knight takes that and brings it to another level, introducing Heath Ledger as the Joker. And then this movie comes along and it has a lot of bold and very grandiose goals that it wants to achieve, but I don't think it really meets a whole lot of them in a really nicely done way. I think Christopher Nolan really wanted this film to be epic in an unironic use of that word, and I don't know if it necessarily came across that way. I think that some of the character writing misses a lot of beats, particularly with Alfred's character, and I really wasn't a huge fan of Anne Hathaway as Catwoman. I really didn't believe her as that character. I thought Zoe Kravitz playing that character was a lot better and a lot more fitting. Anne Hathaway is one of those actresses that I look at and I just see Anne Hathaway, so I really couldn't disassociate that fact from it. There's also a lot of issues with the writing. There's some plot holes that if you think a little too hard about, doesn't make sense within the context of the movie. And there's a lot of time spent where you're just following this character trying to get out of a pit, and that I think is when the movie really takes a turn for the worse. There's just writing decisions in this that don't make a whole lot of sense, and I can't really explain any of them without spoiling the movie in any way. So if you want to check this out, go for it, but just keep that in mind. So yeah, moving on. At Eternity's Gate is a biographical drama film about Vincent van Gogh that was directed by Julian Schnabel, I think that's how you pronounce his name, and stars Willem Dafoe as the painter character. And this movie really wanted to be artistic. It kind of wanted to embody the sort of tone that Vincent van Gogh had with his paintings, in that it wants to be kind of classical but colorful, wants to have almost a cheerful atmosphere but is tragic in a way. I thought Willem Dafoe was good, despite the fact that Vincent van Gogh died when he was 37, and Willem Dafoe is very noticeably not 37 in this movie. Just the way he moves, you can tell that it's an elderly man that's playing a character that's supposed to be in his mid-30s, and it's not very believable in any way. If you're not concerned about Vincent van Gogh's age, then that won't bother you, but it was something that I noticed and did kind of bother me. Plus, he has a brother that's supposed to be older in this movie, and it looks like he could be his son. But the performances were good. I liked Oscar Isaac despite the fact that he doesn't have much screen time, and Mads Mikkelsen was pretty memorable in the one scene that he was in for about 10 to 15 minutes. There's a lot of different shots in this movie that kind of drag, and a lot of perspective angles that the movie takes that make it feel like it wants to put you in the shoes of Vincent van Gogh and kind of guide you along this journey that he's personally going through, but a lot of it feels pretty pointless. A lot of the shots and the moments in the movie just linger on him lying in a field, or him staring at the woods, or him staring up at the sky, like that one meme, because that's where that's from, is this movie. And a lot of it just feels pointless. It just feels artsy for the sake of being artsy. It doesn't feel like it has any purpose, and I found myself really struggling to get through this movie sometimes. But overall, it's decently made, it's decently acted. The music was a little weird too. It reminded me of just plain Minecraft music when you first boot up Minecraft, just piano. It's funny because I was watching this movie when I still had a roommate, and he came downstairs as I was watching it, and he thought I was playing Minecraft, but no, it was literally just the score of the movie, just like that little dinging piano. But yeah, not bad, but I would say that there's probably a better portrayal of Vincent van Gogh out there somewhere. West Side Story is a 2021 musical that was directed by Steven Spielberg and stars Ansel Elgort, Ariana DeBose, and follows these two people that are in love during the 50s, I think, somewhere around there. And there's these two different gangs that control the streets that they're on, and there's like a power struggle for land. All the while these two characters are in love. It's like a Romeo and Juliet type of thing, which I think the musical itself is based off of. I've said it before, I'm not a huge fan of musicals typically. I think I mentioned that when I was talking about Tick Tick Boom. This movie definitely feels just like a standard musical musical just very much. Story beats that are only meant to guide you from one song to the next. A lot of the choreography and the music and the lyrics almost go against the grain of what the movie is going for in terms of the story goals. You'll have moments where the character is supposed to be feeling down and feeling dour about an event that happened or a tragedy that took place, and then the next scene it'll have him go like, I've been a bad boy, I've been a wrong boy. It's like something that's so against what the movie wants to be tonally, and it just sticks out like a sore thumb. Tick Tick Boom made sense because the character writes musicals and the movie is about musicals, so it just interweaves itself into the story better. This just feels so out of place, and the way that it's portrayed, the way that the characters and their relationships unfold, and the way they act towards each other after certain events happen, which I won't spoil, but I really fucking want to, is just kind of laughable. But there's a lot that is wrong in terms of the characters in the story with this movie. I thought the choreography was decent. The musicals itself were fine, although I'm having a hard time recalling songs that I heard in the musical, whereas Tick Tick Boom, I could at least bring up 2 of them just immediately from memory because of how much I liked them. Whereas this one, I don't know, nothing really stuck with me that much, but it's inoffensive, it's pretty standard. It's a Spielberg flick, so you're gonna get a lot of Spielberg visuals in it, so take that how you will. Black Widow is a Marvel film that came out 2021, stars Scarlett Johansson as Black Widow, Natasha What's-Her-Face, and follows her in between the events of, I think, Captain America 2, or was something along, I think it's like after Civil War, but before Infinity War, something like that. And it follows her as she kind of reunites with her quote-unquote family that she used to run with when she was younger, and follows them on their adventures to take down this bad guy. Pretty standard stuff. This movie is not super memorable, and in a lot of cases it's kind of memorable for a lot of the bad CGI and special effects. There's a scene that involves a character on top of a tower and it explodes and they get sent flying back, and you've probably seen it before. It's been kind of memed a little bit, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can look that up and see for yourself. Just type in Black Widow bad CGI and it'll be the first thing to come up, guaranteed. It's a Marvel film. The acting's fine, the production value's fine, the humor's fine. It's just all very fine, and it's just one of those standard superhero inoffensive movies that's come out and is not very memorable. And I think that that's really the biggest thing with this movie, the fact that it's not memorable. It's almost worse if a movie just doesn't leave an impression on you rather than leaving a bad impression. But still, there are worse movies that you could see, and I think that if you're a Marvel person, you're going to enjoy this no matter what. But if you're someone who values your time and values something that feels like it has a purpose, I would say maybe skip this one. From Dusk Till Dawn is an action horror film that was directed by Robert Rodriguez and written by Quentin Tarantino and stars George Clooney, Quentin Tarantino, Harvey Keitel, and Juliette Lewis. And George Clooney and Quentin Tarantino are 2 hitman brothers who are on the run from the law when they take this family hostage, and they take this family to this bar, and then they find out that the bar is overrun by vampires and they have to fight against the vampires and survive the night. Kind of why it's called From Dusk Till Dawn. This movie I think starts out kind of strong. I like the Tarantino dialogue it has and the characters and their interactions. I think that they're pretty compelling. I kind of like the character that Quentin Tarantino plays in this movie. He's just kind of a scumbag piece of shit creep, and George Clooney is just kind of an irredeemable asshole, but he's got some George Clooney charm to him. You know what I'm talking about? But I think it's when the movie kind of gets into that slasher kind of tongue-in-cheek B-movie phase that it sort of starts to wane away for me. Not that I didn't totally enjoy everything that was going on, because there were some funny moments, there were some fun gore effects and some fun vampire kills that were happening, but after a certain point in the movie it starts to get a little repetitive, and when the movie is just solely focused on that for the time being, you lose a lot of sense of character and you're just there for the schlockiness of it. It's one of those films that is memorable in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it's not going to be enjoyable for everybody. And I think that there are parts of this movie that really work for me and parts that just don't. But if you like Robert Rodriguez cheesy special effects and you like Quentin Tarantino's style of writing, you'll probably get a decent amount out of this movie. If anything, to watch Salma Hayek pour alcohol down her foot only for Quentin Tarantino to suck her feet in the movie. He wrote that, by the way. He wrote that scene in there and he played that character, so if there was ever a doubt in anybody's mind, you can kill it right now. Thor: Love and Thunder is a 2022 Marvel film that was directed by Taika Waititi. The fourth Thor movie in the series, stars Chris Hemsworth as the title character, and it follows him basically reuniting with Jane. Meanwhile, he has to find Gore the God Butcher because he's going around killing all the gods, baby, and Thor might be next. Who knows? And Gore the God Butcher is played by Christian Bale. I really like Thor Ragnarok. I think it's my favorite Marvel movie, and I think it's one of the better made Marvel movies. I just love the tone of it, the humor, the characters are all fun. I thought that as far as having the goals of a Marvel movie in mind, this one is the most ambitious and it stands out quite a bit. Thor: Love and Thunder feels like 2 steps back from Thor Ragnarok, and I was looking forward to seeing what this movie had to offer in terms of the tone and the characters, because that's what I really enjoyed from the first one. But it seems that Taika Waititi just kind of leaned a little too much into the comedic aspects of this movie, so then you don't really take anything seriously. So then the stuff that you're supposed to take seriously doesn't really translate well. It doesn't really resonate with you because the whole movie just has this really goofy, almost way too zany tone to it. And it's kind of like an extreme inverse of Thor: Dark World, where Thor: Dark World was way too serious and took itself way too seriously. Thor: Love and Thunder just doesn't take itself seriously enough. I think Ragnarok had a pretty good balance of like character, humor, and plot to go along with it, whereas this movie just, I don't know, it feels like Taika Waititi's kind of bragging to you and saying, hey, I can do whatever I want and you're still gonna see the movie. It's like, oh yeah, okay, sure, but I'm not getting anything of value from it. I feel like Christian Bale is pretty wasted in this movie. He's kind of built up to be this big bad Gore the God Butcher. He can basically kill entire celestial beings and is supposed to be this very scary bad guy, and the fact that he's played by Christian Bale, you're kind of setting these expectations in your mind thinking, oh, this guy's gonna be a badass, this guy's gonna be like, you do not fuck with him. And you watch the movie and you don't even get that much of him, and you don't really see all that he can do, all that the character can potentially bring to the screen, and because of it you just feel like you're underwhelmed. And I think that that's a lot of what this movie makes me feel, is just underwhelmed. Bullet Train was directed by David Leitch and stars Brad Pitt, Joey King, Aaron Taylor Johnson, Brian Tyree Henry, and a bunch of other people as these mercenaries, killers, assassins, hitmen, whatever you want to call them, that are all stuck on a train and they have to solve this issue that's taking place. I mentioned David Leitch before. He directed Deadpool 2, and I think that a lot of the humor that is from Deadpool 2 carries over into this movie. I think that this movie, in terms of humor, is slightly better. I like the different character dynamics that are in this movie, specifically with Aaron Taylor Johnson and Brian Tyree Henry. I think that their character dynamics is the most interesting part of this film by far. I wish that we had more screen time with them, even though we get a decent amount. I still thought that they stole the show in terms of my interest in this film. Brad Pitt's okay. He's not the most interesting protagonist to follow. He's not like a super unique character that you can get behind. He's just kind of goofy and he kind of stumbles through everything. His whole shtick is that luck is on his side and that no matter how many times people try to kill him, he just can't be killed, and he ends up accidentally killing a bunch of people because of stuff that he does just randomly, even though he's like trying to defend himself the whole time. I think a lot of what didn't work for me with this film is some of the humor didn't quite land, and I thought that a lot of the special effects just didn't look good. I feel like there's a really fine line between goofiness, campiness, and being a engaging action film, and I don't know if this movie quite landed that for me. It's one of those things where because it's so packed with humor, a lot of it is pretty subjective in terms of how people feel about this movie. Some people really love this movie, and I don't hate it, but I just think that the humor wasn't quite there for me. If the entire movie was just Aaron Taylor Johnson and Brian Tyree Henry as those characters, I think I would have enjoyed it way more, but because you follow all these different characters and because you get scenes where where it's supposed to take itself seriously, but then it kind of subdues your expectations and is like, just kidding, this scene is actually pretty silly and dumb. Like, a lot of the jokes in this movie kind of feel like Family Guy quality jokes, and I'm not really into that kind of humor anymore after I turned 15 years old. So I don't know, if you like this movie, that's cool. It wasn't entirely for me, and I don't think I really need to see the whole thing again. Maybe just a couple scenes on YouTube if they ever pop up. Sleepaway Camp is a horror film that's directed by Robert Hiltzik and is about these kids that go to summer camp, and you're following one of the kids after a tragic boating accident kills her father and her sibling and her dad's lover, I guess, and follows her on her journey to Sleepaway Camp, where it's a summer camp, and a lot of bad shit happens there, let me tell you. This is one of those movies that at the time it was made, it was pretty revolutionary in terms of the different themes that it brought to the table in the satirization of that genre of movie, that being like a summer camp horror flick. That being said, me watching it in 2022, now being 2023, I think that it doesn't hold up as well as I would have liked it to. I think a lot of what this movie does that I'm not a huge fan of is it just kind of presents itself as a standard horror flick, and then at the end it kind of has a twist that goes for it where it looks at you and goes like, check it out, we were more subversive than we were letting on. It's like, okay, I wish we would have gotten a little bit more of that sense throughout the entire film. But I like the fact that they went for that subversion of expectations. I like that they kind of take the genre and flip it on its head a little bit. But at the same time, what you get still is a pretty standard slasher horror flick, despite it being kind of a satirization and commentary on the genre itself. But there's some fun, goofy kills in here. There's some really bad special effects. It's very much kind of just a B movie in and of itself. And I'm not sure if a lot of the commentary and the themes and what it was going for outweigh just the whole, forgive the pun, campiness of the film. And at a certain point, it just kind of feels like a series of vignettes that you're just seeing that are pretty disconnected. The only similar through line is what's causing all this stuff to happen. And after a while, it just kind of gets repetitive. But there's some enjoyable stuff. There's some funny moments. There's some tongue-in-cheek special effects and goofiness about it. And for some of what it's going for, I can kind of appreciate what it is. So there you have that. The Way of the Gun is a 2000 neo-western heist action thriller movie. That's a lot of fucking adjectives. Written and directed by Christopher McQuarrie, who, if you don't know him, he did the most recent Mission Impossible movies. I think he's done 5 through 6 and is doing the new ones now. Stars Ryan Phillippe, Benicio del Toro as these two kind of outlaw vagabonds who just roam the country looking for money and jobs to do, when all of a sudden they hear about this woman who's pregnant with this millionaire's kid, and they take her hostage in the hopes that they'll get the money for it, kind of like a ransom thing. This film has a lot of cool aspects, and you can tell it's very of the time. It's a little too complicated and a little too convoluted for the kind of movie that it is. But in a way, I kind of like how seriously it takes itself. It almost feels like a time capsule that way, and that it's a little too serious for just how over the top the plot is and how colorful the characters are. There's some pretty decent action scenes here and there. A lot of it feels pretty unique. You get to see the characters in different locations and in different situations, and it can be kind of fun trying to connect the dots and sort of seeing the different characters being connected through different avenues of the plot of this film while you're watching it. Still though, it's not super memorable. I don't think that this movie is going to stick with me all that much. It just seems like a pretty standard action film otherwise. I will say in terms of characters, there's not really much depth to them at all. It's just the situation that they're thrust in. You don't really get a whole lot of development, a whole lot of backstory. You just kind of get them in the moment, and if you don't like them in the moment, then you're probably not going to be too attached to what happens to them in this movie. But overall, pretty solid, not terrible, but not great. Conjuring is a 2013 horror film that stars Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga. Just kidding, that's not how. Vera Farmiga is a kind of inspired by true events sort of thing, where it follows Ed and Lorraine Warren as they go around helping different families exorcise the demons that have taken over their family member's body. That's pretty cool, isn't it? There's some really neat things that they do in this movie, and a lot of the times it kind of goes away from those neat things that it starts doing. Like, it starts doing something really cool and it's like, hey, I hope they keep doing this, and then they just don't pick it back up. Like, there's a scene where it's just kind of a one tracking shot through through the house where they're setting up before the exorcism, and they play a piece of music from Dead Man's Bones, and I was like, oh wow, this is Dead Man's Bones. That's really cool that they're playing this in this film. And it just doesn't really continue it from there. It just kind of leaves it plays it for like 30 seconds and then it's gone. I definitely think that this is the strongest in the Conjuring movies that I've seen. I enjoy watching Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga. I think that they're pretty fitting as these characters, and they're kind of the face of the whole Conjuring franchise at this point. I think that's pretty good casting for those characters, honestly. In terms of the horror elements of the movie, it's pretty jump scary. There's some moments in it where you just get startled based on the music and the images that just pop up randomly on the screen. You know that it's building towards a scare, so you're just kind of bracing yourself. It's one of those films where when I was watching it with my girlfriend, she would get scared at something, and because she got scared, I naturally jumped, and I don't think that would have happened if I was watching this movie by myself necessarily. Who knows? I'm a giant pussy, so I could be totally wrong. Overall, it's fun, it's goofy, it's a horror film, and it's pretty solid, I will say, compared to a lot of shit horror films that come out. So yeah, overall, pretty solid. The Hunger Games: Catching Fire is a 2013 action film that's based off of the book and is a sequel to the first Hunger Games. It stars Jennifer Lawrence, Josh Hutcherson, a whole shit ton of people, and follows Katniss Everdeen after the events of the first film, where they basically are forced to return to the Hunger Games, the 75th Hunger Games, otherwise known as the Quarter Quell, and they have to fight against champions of old. Compared to the whole franchise, I would say that this is the best film out of all of them. It definitely has, I think, the most tension and the most going for it in terms of consistency. I like the fact that for the most part, it's this build up to the games, and then you get into the games, and it focuses a lot on those two halves. It doesn't really deviate much from anything else, whereas the other films, they just kind of feel like they are just really messy and not structured very well. And not saying that this one is the best movie ever or anything, but just saying that in terms of the other movies in the franchise, I'd say it's the most consistent. You can tell that the special effects budget was up compared to the first movie. The first movie was kind of bad in terms of that angle of the film, but this movie kind of kicks it up a notch, and you really get a good sense of the budget that they had for the visual effects. I thought that a lot of it looked pretty good, other than the monkeys. Monkeys still looked kind of bad. The characters are fine. I'd say if you're attached to them, you're gonna like this movie anyway, but as someone who's not a huge fan of it and is just kind of from the outside looking in as a story itself, it's pretty standard. It definitely feels of the time of that genre where it's just a young adult dystopian kind of oppressive government sort of story, and it is definitely hitting you over the head with the themes that it's presenting. But I mean, if you like the Hunger Games, I'd say this is the best one out of all the movies, so there you have it. Revisit old times, revisit the young adult era of movies from the years 2008 to 2015 or whatever. The golden era, I say. Bardo, False Chronicle of a Handful of Truths, is written and directed by Alejandro Iñárritu and is about a documentary filmmaker who is kind of reflecting on his life and previous events and the people in it, and is very much just kind of him thinking about his life up to that point and the regrets that he has. This movie is very good looking. The cinematography is amazing. I think that's the best part of the movie by far. There are a lot of interesting locations, some kind of liminal spaces that were explored, a lot of dreamlike sequences and moments in the movie that make you question whether or not it's actually taking place or if we're meant to think that it's a dream sequence. And I really enjoyed that part of it. I do think that this movie is way too long. This is 159 minutes, and I don't know if the runtime is necessarily justified for me, and overall I think that the pacing of it kind of suffers because of it. I just found myself after a while wondering when the movie was going to wrap up, because to me it can get a little repetitive and it's very self-indulgent. It feels like Iñárritu really wanted to make this movie as sort of a reflection of how he personally feels, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily, but I do think that it can kind of dip its toe into being a little self-indulgent for the sake of it. It really doesn't feel like he made this movie for anyone in particular, just for him specifically, which, I mean, like I said before, there's nothing wrong with it, but if you're a general movie lover, you probably won't like this movie. But but overall I enjoyed it. It's just something that I don't think I will ever watch again, and I don't think I can ever see myself sitting through again. There's some really cool scenes, like when he's in the club dancing and they play that David Bowie song that's kind of it's just the vocals of David Bowie. There's no instruments. I thought that was really cool. And like I said, there's a lot of just kind of slow moments of him walking through empty streets or through this kind of gothic setting with like all these bodies, and it just looks really good in most of what I watched in this movie. So yeah, if you want to see something pretty but you want to sit through something that's a little sloggy, then this one you might enjoy. But I would say overall it was just a good looking movie that I don't think I ever need to see again. Speaking of self-indulgent, Babylon is a 2022 epic period drama, black comedy, whatever, and directed by Damien Chazelle, stars Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie, and Diego Calva, and it follows these characters in the silent film era of the 1920s and sort of explores the different facets that these characters find themselves in and sort of details the rise and fall of whatever it is they're going through. I don't want to get too much into spoilers with this one. A lot of the same complaints I had about Bardo, I also have with this movie. This movie is definitely too long at 189 minutes. There's nothing in this movie that justifies that runtime. And for a lot of this film, it just feels like it doesn't really have that much of a focus. At first, you think to yourself, oh, we're following the characters and we're following their storylines. But then the further down you go, the less and less it sort of becomes about that, and it more so just becomes about the Hollywood system in those days and how it kind of consumes you and swallows you up and just turns you into a different person or tries to force you to become a different person, which again, at that point, it doesn't necessarily become about the characters. It just becomes about what Hollywood does to you. But then without getting too much into spoilers, towards the end, it feels like it kind of contradicts the original kind of focus that it was going for. When you're watching this movie, about 80% of the way through, you're thinking the whole time they're depicting Hollywood in a very negative light, in a very self-indulgent, filled with abundance and debauchery, and you're supposed to look at that in a critical, almost negative way. At least the movie feels like it's trying to convey that to you. And then towards the end, it kind of grabs you by the shoulders and looks at you and goes, hey, aren't movies great? Isn't cinema awesome? We love movies so much. But it's like, okay, but you were just telling me not that long ago in the movie itself that movie making can be an arduous task and that it often makes people's lives miserable. Why are you? I don't know. It just feels like a contradictory message to me there. This movie kind of really feels self-indulgent, like I said with Bardo. I would say this one is even more so egregious with that sort of aspect to it. It definitely feels like Damien Chazelle made this thinking that he was super awesome and smart because of it. Like, I imagine he had a really big brain when he was putting this together, like, oh yeah, this is epic. This is one of my most epic films yet. I need it to be bigger. I need it to be louder. I need it to be more grandiose. And it kind of does that, but at the disservice of the characters and the plot and the focus of the film. It's a good looking movie, I will say. I liked the cinematography. The editing was a little weird at times, and the pacing, like I said before, is really off just because the runtime is so long. But the characters are fun. I would never complain about the acting in this movie. Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie really stand out, and I like Diego Calva as the kind of character that we're supposed to follow in the movie. He plays a good sort of blank slate character that morphs into something else later on. And the music in a Damien Chazelle movie is always really good too. So if you're a Damien Chazelle fan, you'll probably enjoy this movie, but overall, I would say that this was pretty underwhelming. Jungle is a 2017 biographical survival drama that is directed by Greg McLean and stars Daniel Radcliffe as a real-life person, Yossi Ginsburg. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that name right. I think it's Israeli. And it follows this character going through the woods, and he becomes lost. And that's essentially the story there. I really didn't enjoy this movie all that much. There were some neat things in it. Like, I like Daniel Radcliffe, and I like his performance. I didn't think any of the acting necessarily was bad, but I don't think the writing and the dialogue was particularly strong in any way. The situations that the characters were in felt really forced, and I don't think that that's a product of it being a real-to-life biographical movie. I think that they definitely took some creative liberties and made it for the worse. I could be wrong, but I was reading about this movie after it was done and just sort of the real-life story that it was based on, and I would have probably much rather seen the actual real-life event more accurately portrayed in a movie like this this, whereas this one definitely took some creative liberties and just kind of made it its own thing. I don't even know if I would necessarily call this based on a true story, because it just definitely feels like it's more of its own survival movie. There's some editing choices that are pretty whack. There's some moments where characters are just like they barely miss each other almost, and it just feels really forced, and it's supposed to like kind of conjure up this like like this kind of like climactic moment when it just feels like it's manipulating you into feeling that way. There's some weird flashback stuff going on, and I don't remember what the score of this movie was like at all, so I guess that tells you something right there. There are some visual moments that are really cool, like some more intimate slow motion scenes of the character kind of flashing back to a love interest that I really enjoyed, but a lot of this movie just feels pretty bland, feels just really dank and gritty and grimy, just like a typical in the woods survival movie. But like I said, I think that Daniel Radcliffe really carries this movie on his back, and I think that he elevates it to a level that it wouldn't have been at otherwise if he wasn't in the film, so I gotta give him credit for that. Overall, this movie was just super average and really forgettable. I'm even having a hard time kind of recalling what I necessarily had criticisms for it before, because it's been so long since I've watched it and it just hasn't stuck with me in really any way. The Girl on the Train is a 2016 mystery psychological thriller that stars Emily Blunt, Rebecca Ferguson, Haley Bennett, Justin Theroux, and is about this woman who rides the train back and forth, and she spots this couple that own a house, and from there a mystery unfolds because she keeps watching them every day and learns something new along the way. This movie was just very dumb. It's just one of those supposed to be kind of like almost erotic thriller type movies, because there's a lot of sex scenes in this movie, which I don't necessarily have an issue with sex scenes in of themselves, but it just feels like they put them in this movie just for the sake of having them. Like they have no purpose at all other than to give the male audience members boners. Like it just feels so forced and gratuitous. Like it was so dumb, and the characters and the writing weren't particularly good. The acting didn't really stand out all that much. I guess I could say that the tone of this movie achieved what it wanted to, which was just kind of like shrouded in mystery, like what's going on here type of thriller movie. But overall, it's not really anything special. It's super forgettable other than how goofy the sex scenes were, and I really don't think that this movie will stick in anyone's minds if they ever check this out, at least people who are not into this type of film. Emily Blunt was good. I like her. She feels like she's in a movie that's not good enough for her to be in, kind of like how Mads Mikkelsen is in Polar, which I will talk about later. But overall, I wouldn't say that this is like egregiously offensive or really like horribly bad in any way. I would just say that it's just pretty bland. The Black Phone is a horror film that was directed by Scott Derrickson and stars Mason Thames and Madeline McGraw as these two kids, and Ethan Hawke as the Black Mask guy. I forget what his name is exactly. And the Grabber. That's what his name is, the Grabber. And follows this boy who's kidnapped by the Grabber and is held in his basement, and he has to try to figure out how to get out. Meanwhile, there's a phone in the room that rings, and he gets to talk to the Grabber's previous victims, and from there some hijinks ensue. A lot of people really praise this movie for being a really good horror film and a really standout horror film, and I really didn't think that it was that great. I thought it was just pretty average at best. There were some things I liked about it, but there were a lot of things that I thought were just really wrong with it. First of all, there's a lot of child acting in this movie that just straight up isn't good. Like the delivery of their lines is just completely whack, and it just feels like they're reading off of cue cards for the most part, especially the side characters. The main kid characters were okay, I guess, but they really weren't anything too stand out or special. And I don't think it's helped by some of the dialogue and the character writing either. Like some of the lines that these kids have to deliver just feel like they were written by adults, and they have no idea how kids actually talk to each other. And it's always so obvious to me when a movie tries to do that. So this movie just came off as really goofy because of it. I liked Ethan Hawke. I thought he was a good kind of villain character. He was effectively creepy. I think he really elevates this movie for me in terms of it not being a total schlocky film. But to me, the ending of this felt underwhelming as well, and I don't think I'm ever going to revisit this again, but who knows? Maybe if I watch this another time, I'll see it in a different light, but right now I can't really think of elevating this movie past a 5 out of 10 for me. A lot of the complaints I have for it would involve me going into spoiler territory, so if you want to hear our full thoughts on it, you can check it out on our podcast. It's just look up the Neon Crew podcast Black Phone and you'll find it. I don't remember what number episode it is off the top of my head. The Gray Man is an action thriller film that was directed by the Russo brothers and stars Chris Evans, Ryan Gosling, and Ana de Armas, and it follows Ryan Gosling as this spy who is framed, and he has to try to fight against the organization that framed him, and Chris Evans plays the villain character that he has to fight against. And this is probably one of the most forgettable, bland action movies I think I've ever seen. It's very safe and doesn't really take any risks at all in terms of it being an action thriller film. I believe it's PG-13, so you can watch this with your 11-year-old son and he'll probably be okay. Joe and Anthony Russo, I don't think have really made anything that standoutish outside of Avengers or Marvel. I think that they're very safe filmmakers that don't take a lot of risks, and they're there to just make a lot of popular box office hit movies that are all-encompassing for general audiences to enjoy. And I don't think they really strive for anything super creative or risk-taking at all. Some of the acting is fine. I think Chris Evans is the best part of the movie. You can tell that he's actually kind of having fun with playing a villain character, which is, I think, a product of him being Captain America for so long. And Ryan Gosling just looks bored the entire movie. You can clearly tell he's just there for a paycheck. They really didn't give Ana de Armas any character at all. Her character is just badass female companion, and that's it, which, I mean, would have been nice to have an actual character for her that felt like she had consequences and stakes and a personality. But, you know, you can't always get what you want, I guess, especially when it comes to Ana de Armas. See Blonde later for further elaboration. There were some shots that were kind of neat. Some of the drone shots were interesting at least, but overall this film just looks like a standard Marvel movie, which I think is why they hired Anthony and Joe Russo, just so that they can get that kind of Marvel all-encompassing look that general audiences just love. There's not any one particular style of cinematography going on. It just feels like very basic and very safe, like I said before. So if you really want to waste a few hours and build furniture to some kind of movie, to throw this on, why not? It's on Netflix. Have at it. Have fun. Orphan First Kill is the sequel to the original Orphan film and came out in 2022. Stars Isabel Fuhrman as the character of Esther, or Lena, as you come to learn in this movie. Although it starts out with her name being Lena, so it's not really too much of a spoiler, unless, you know, you were really wanting to see this movie, but you had to go through the first one first and you hadn't seen that one either, so I guess that's on you. This movie's just overall really goofy. It really doesn't take itself that seriously, which is why I think I rated it a little bit higher than the original Orphan film, and it's a little more self-aware and just how kind of tongue-in-cheek it is in terms of just the premise itself, and I kind of give it a little bit of points for that just in of its own, but still, it's not a good movie by any means. I think that Isabel Fuhrman is just not believable as a 12-year-old girl, because in the first one, she was actually like 12 or 13 when they were filming that movie, so it's a little more believable that people would think that she's a little girl, whereas this one you can clearly tell that she was just on her knees walking, air quotes walking, the entire time. They never showed any shots of her from the front with like a full body shot. It was always just from like the waist up, so you never got to see her like just standing next to someone just naturally. Like any time they showed a full image of Isabel Fuhrman as the orphan character, it was always like from behind, and it was clearly not Isabel Fuhrman. It was just some child actress that they got that can look like her from the back, so that she could just stand there and people are like, oh, she's, you know, she's actually a little kid, but, you know, in reality that's not what happened at all. Like, some of the acting is pretty bad. Julia Stiles I really didn't like, and the kid who plays her son in the movie is just not good. The dad was kind of interesting. I liked his character, I think, more than I liked the acting, especially when it gets towards the end of the movie. I thought that it was just very kind of cheesy and over the top. But again, this movie has kind of a level of self-awareness going for it that I sort of commend it for, but at the same time, I wouldn't say that this is a good movie either. And I don't even know if I'd say it works as a horror film at all. It's not scary. It's just kind of goofy. There's really some silly moments in this. Like, there's a scene where Isabel Fuhrman is driving a car and she's smoking, and you're supposed to believe that she's still actually a 12-year-old girl, when we know that that's not the case. She was like 23 when they filmed this movie, so it just comes across as like really strange and dumb. If you want a decent laugh at some dumb shit that happens, definitely give this movie a check. It's on Paramount Plus, I would say, but overall, if you're not really attached to the Orphan franchise in any way, I don't think you're gonna get anything out of this. Brightburn is a superhero horror film directed by David Yarovensky Ski. I definitely butchered that. Produced by James Gunn, written by Brian and Mark Gunn. So this is a Gunn family project if I've ever seen one. And stars Elizabeth Banks as this mother character who takes in this orphan that crash landed from a spaceship near the woods that she lives in, and they raise him as their son. And when he gets older, about the age of 10 I think, he starts to develop powers, and he starts using them for nefarious reasons when people start blaming him for stuff that happens. This is one of those films that surface level is really interesting to me. I really like the idea of just a full-out villain concept for a superhero film. We really haven't had much in the way of that, especially with the superhero fatigue that we're going through now. I really think that with all the superhero movies that are out, none of them really properly touch on a powerful villain character that could literally destroy anything he wanted to if given the chance. At least not with them being the main protagonist of the movie. Whereas this one, it definitely feels like that's what the movie wanted to go for, but at the same time it really didn't achieve that. A lot of it is just set in this like country backdrop with not a lot of people around, and there's only a few characters that are affected by what happens in the movie. It feels pretty small scale for something that wants to be a angsty kind of supervillain, I don't give a fuck about anything type of film. Whereas I wish this would have at least used the concept to its fullest potential and set it in a city, set it amongst a big population, and just have the character wreck shop, have it destroy literal counties. If you want to convey to us that this is a movie about a supervillain that's just doing whatever he wants and is just kind of an angsty kid and just sort of just disenfranchised with everything. Like, if you want to convey that, go all in. I don't think you can half-ass a film and a premise like that with a movie like this. I wouldn't say any of the acting's bad. Elizabeth Banks, I think, is convincing as this mother character. David Denman was okay, and Jackson A. Dunn, who I think plays the kid. Brandon Brayer. There's some character logic that doesn't really make any sense. There's some conclusions that characters go to based off of certain things that just are really far-reaching and really unconvincing. There's some neat kills in this movie. There's some cool, like, kind of gory moments, but overall, like I said before, it just feels like they didn't use this premise to its fullest potential. So hopefully we get a film like that in the future, but for right now, this is like the closest thing we have, and it's okay. It's not good, but I wouldn't say it's bad either. Don't Worry, Darling is a 2022 American psychological thriller film directed by Olivia Wilde that stars Florence Pugh and Harry Styles, and it follows Florence Pugh as this housewife that's in this 1950s backdrop, but they're very isolated from everywhere else. They're in the middle of a desert and they really can't leave, and the whole movie is about her unfolding this big mystery behind why they're all staying in this town. There's a lot of controversy around this movie. Controversies aside, this movie is just pretty underwhelming. It's not very well done. I thought that the editing was pretty whack. Harry Styles is not a good actor. I don't think that he was very convincing in this movie at all. Florence Pugh's good. I really like her, but Olivia Wilde's character is just also, it just doesn't feel like she's trying, which is weird because it's a movie that she directed herself. So I don't know what that says about that whole movie making process. Ultimately, the mystery and what unfolds doesn't really feel anything new or special. It just kind of feels like a bigger budget Black Mirror episode that just kind of falls flat on its face. And I feel like you could watch a similar episode from the Black Mirror series and get a better quality of the same type of thing that it's going for. Overall, it looks pretty bland. It's not anything special, and I really think that it kind of gets repetitive after a certain point. Yeah, overall, just not really anything to stand out. Silver Bullet is a horror film that is based off of a Stephen King novella, and it stars Gary Busey, Everett McGill, Corey Haim, and it follows Corey Haim, who's this kid in a wheelchair, and he is basically going up against a werewolf. That's pretty much it. This movie's very schlocky. It's very dumb. It's a very kind of standard Stephen King movie that just isn't very good. It's not like The Shining or Misery in that it's it's not carried by like the performances or anything or the tight script or anything like that. It just feels like just kind of schlocky and dumb. Gary Busey's okay. Corey Haim is okay. I would say a lot of the acting is okay, but a lot of it is also just bad. Like the dream sequences don't feel convincing scene, they just come across as very goofy. A lot of the townsfolk are just kind of dumb. I wouldn't say the cinematography or the monster effects or anything particularly special. The writing is just really inconsistent. Like, there's a character who is supposed to be, I think, framed as sympathetic early on, and then later in the movie they really adopt a more like villain personality. Like, it's very much them going like, I am evil, ha ha ha. Like, it's pretty inconsistent in that way, I would say. And there's some goofy ass lines in this movie. Like, the main character, Corey Haim, who has an older sister in the film, says something like, she just wants to wear that so she can show her new tits off or something. It's just really fucking weird. But yeah, overall, pretty stupid. I would say just skip this. The Hunger Games is a 2012 dystopian action film that stars Jennifer Lawrence and is based on the book by Susan Collins. Is it Susan or Suzanne? I don't. And is about Katniss Everdeen, who gets her sister's name drawn for the Hunger Games, and they have to kill each other in an arena, and she volunteers to take her sister's place so she can save her life, and from there, hijinks ensue. This film really blew up when it came out. It really much pioneered the sort of young adult dystopian kind of based on a book movie trend that was going on at the time, and is really one of the biggest examples and kind of the poster child for that sort of thing. But I wouldn't say this film is particularly good. Jennifer Lawrence is good in it. I think that she really portrays the character really well. When I think of Katniss Everdeen, I can't help but think of Jennifer Lawrence. I thought that Josh Hutcherson was really good too. I thought that he played the character really well. I honestly think that most of the acting in this film is pretty decent for a film of this caliber, and the premise is interesting enough to really keep people interested in it. I think that's why a lot of people really gravitated towards this movie, is just the premise alone, and that's why I think the book became popular in of itself as well. What really kills this movie for me is the visuals and the editing. You can tell that this being the first film in the series, they didn't quite have the budget that they wanted to have in terms of making movies like this. When they arrive at the city of Panem, you can tell that a lot of it is just like CGI, like blender effects, and just really kind of obvious special effects going on there. And the editing too really kills it for me, because this being a PG-13 movie, you don't really get to see any on-screen violence. When you have a premise like this with these teenagers and these young adults in this stadium that are killing each other, and it's televised for the nation to watch, you would think that they would want to use that to its fullest potential, but you know, because they want to get as many people to see this movie as they can, they have to censor it in ways in order to make it a PG-13 film, which, you know, is kind of a disservice to the premise itself. There are no MPAA ratings for books, so books can get away with a lot more than what movies are allowed to portray if they want to maintain young adults going to see this film. Just a lot of the editing is similar to what you get in really bad action movies. There's a lot of quick cuts, a lot of shaky cam, a lot of the action just feels kind of nauseating, and you really can't tell what the fuck is happening a lot of the time, and it just becomes really repetitive and frustrating after a bit. Like I said, a lot of cool ideas, some good acting, but overall just the technical aspects of this movie kill it for me. So 5 out of 10. Alright, I'm gonna try my best to get through Mockingjay Part 1 and 2 as quickly as I can, because I really don't want to talk about the Hunger Games anymore. Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 is part 1 of the last of the movies in the series. Stars Jennifer Lawrence and all those other people, and follows Katniss Everdeen on her quest to defeat President Snow and liberate Panem from his dictatorship. This movie, you can tell it very much feels kind of stretched out, and the book Mockingjay I don't think is split up into 2 parts, unless I'm being wrong about that. Someone please correct me. But the movie really does feel padded out. It feels like it's just trying to stretch itself out so it can justify that upcoming part 2 later, and there's not a whole lot that happens in this movie that feels like of consequence. A lot of it feels just very convenient and for the sake of the character going through these changes, I guess. There's only a few scenes in this film that really feel impactful and of consequence, whereas in the next film it almost feels like there's too much of that happening. They didn't really pace these movies out in an even or cohesive way. It really much feels like this one is bogged down by the runtime, and I don't think it's helped by the fact either that they just wanted to split this into 2 parts. So there's that. So from there I'm going to go into The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2, which is the follow-up to that film, and it's very much the opposite of what I had issues with the first film in that this one feels like it has too much going on. It feels like there's a lot of stuff that they include in this one to make it feel grandiose and to make it feel like, oh, this is the last in the series, we have to put all of our eggs in this basket in order for people to really latch onto this film. And it almost feels like it's just oversaturated. It's overstuffed with all these ideas and these concepts and these events that happen in the film that it doesn't feel like it has any room to breathe. I wish that these movies were a little more even keeled, because then I think they would have been a lot better for it. When events happen like that and they're all compacted into this one movie and it feels like there's too much of them, the consequences that come from it don't feel as impactful, because then you're already moving on to the next thing that's taking place. Like it doesn't feel like it gives us room to process everything that happens in this, and I think that the movie suffers because of it. A lot of the same sort of complaints that I have with the other movies. It's just, standard young adult type of dystopian movie, not really a whole lot of new ideas going on there. I like the designs and I like the look of this movie. It's very unique, very kind of colorful at moments, but overall it just gets kind of repetitive after a while. So, these movies are what they are. They're the sort of young adult era of films that were popular because of those books, and I think for a lot of people that these movies have a special place in their heart, but for me, I just kind of have that sort of detached perspective because I never watched them when they came out. I only watched them this past year, so there you have it. And I don't have to talk about Hunger Games ever again. Avatar: The Way of Water is a 2022 film directed by James Cameron and is the sequel to the 2009 Avatar that is one of the highest grossing movies of all time, if not the highest grossing movie of all time. And it follows Jake Sully as he forms a family with Zoe Saldana, and the movie follows them as they have to relocate to this water tribe of Na'vi. Yes, I said water tribe. We're talking about The Last Airbender here. This film felt very safe. I have a lot of the same complaints about this one that I do with The Gray Man, in that it really didn't feel like they took a whole lot of risks. It feels to me like they tried to cram so many characters and storylines in this that really didn't feel cohesive and didn't intertwine with each other that effectively. There are two separate characters that are supposed to be kind of like loner, I don't fit in with the crowd characters. There's Spider, who is the actual, like, he's not a Na'vi, but he's a human, but he tries to hang out with the Na'vi, and he's like a part of their air quotes family. And then there's the younger brother, who is also kind of like an outsider. He doesn't really follow the rules. He kind of like goes against the grain, blah blah blah, and he just doesn't like relate to anyone, so he has to have this like whale friend that he meets. There's two separate characters that are supposed to be kind of like loner, I don't fit in with the crowd characters, and it just feels like James Cameron put way too many characters in this to really have us attached to any of them. It just feels like they throw them in there to point at you and say like, look, there's a lot of moving pieces that makes this movie good, and it's like, no, the moving pieces themselves are pretty surface level and one-dimensional. Like, I don't think any of the characters are pretty unique in any way. All of them feel pretty cookie cutter. It's just a lot of standard kind of big blockbuster whatever that we usually get. It just feels like a lot of the same tropes that we've seen in movies before. Nothing feels super fresh in this film, and it really doesn't stand out in any way. The visuals are good. Obviously, when you're going into a Avatar movie like this, you expect good visuals, and I thought that a lot of it was really well done. But to be fair, it wasn't as impactful to me as I think the first one was, because at that time we really didn't see anything like that, where it was just a fully CGI environment that the characters were in. Whereas, we have movies that are basically like that now, and movies have kind of caught up with the James Cameron technology that he set in 2009. And so when you have a movie like this, it just feels very much like it fits in with the current type of blockbuster film that we get now. So really, even the technical aspects, even though they're good, I would say that they're not a big reason to kind of elevate this movie, because we already have movies that are very much of the same vein. Some of the acting was good, some of the acting was very not good. Zoe Saldana just screams and cries the entire time, and I thought that a lot of the teenagers that portrayed the kid Na'vi characters just weren't super convincing. They just kind of came off as like really cliched, like, oh, we're teenagers, we can do whatever we want type of thing, and it's just, I don't know, it kind of felt really dumb to me. I'm curious where this franchise is going to go. Obviously, there's 3 more movies on the docket that are going to come out eventually, but I guess we'll see how those ones do. But for right now, it just feels pretty substandard to me. I Used to Go Here is a 2020 comedy film that stars Jillian Jacobs as this woman who is kind of a failed novelist, and she's going through a breakup, so then she returns to her old college that she used to go to, which is why the title's called I Used to Go Here. And from there, she kind of connects with the students that are in her old sorority house, I think it is, the house that she used to stay in for when she went to school there. And from there, you get to meet characters along the way, and they form friendships and relationships and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. This movie isn't good. I don't think that it really has anything special to offer. Jillian Jacobs, I wouldn't say, is a particularly good actress in this movie. I think that she is pretty kind of like the way she played her character kind of baffled me, because she always looked like she was being sarcastic. Like she looked like she was being fake interested a lot of the times in what characters were saying to her. Like it always felt like she was kind of being patronizing, which I don't think was her goal in portraying that character. I don't think that that's what they intended at all, but that's how it comes across to me as. Her character also isn't very likable. A lot of the characters in this movie aren't likable. They don't feel like there's anything genuine about them. This movie has kind of a mixed tone. It doesn't know if it wants to be a really like tongue-in-cheek comedy where characters say wacky shit to each other, or if it wants to be this more like heartfelt kind of like, oh, we're like an indie film. We want to resonate with people and like young people, and we want to make them feel like they're watching something that has meaning and that has emotional depth. When this movie being such a mixed bag, you don't know what exactly it's going for, and so it just kind of fails on both of those fronts. When a film like this tries to encompass both of those things and doesn't know what it wants to be, then I think is when it just fails at either of them. I typically like Jermaine Clement, but he wasn't particularly great in this movie either. There was some visual stuff that I liked. I really liked the tone kind of in this movie, like that sort of indie kind of quaint backdrop of it, and I liked a lot of the shots. I thought that when they were swimming in the water, there was a lot of cool looking shots in that moment, and like some of the visuals were really fun. There's a lot of technical aspects that I liked about it, but otherwise it's just pretty forgettable and doesn't really know what it wants to be, so therefore it just kind of suffers because of it. Belfast is a 2021 British coming-of-age drama film that is directed by Kenneth Branagh and stars a bunch of actors. I'm not going to try to pronounce their names because one of them is very Irish. I watched this movie because it was nominated for Best Picture, and this was my least favorite movie out of all the movies I had watched that were nominated for Best Picture that year. It very much feels like a Oscar bait type movie. It doesn't feel like it has anything of value to take from it other than cool cinematography and a neat soundtrack. If you watch a trailer for this movie on mute, you would think that it's a very like profound, like very deep kind of like emotionally driven film that is about this family being affected by this crisis happening in Ireland, where it's a lot of like Protestant versus Catholic sort of protests going on with violence and clashes and all this stuff. I wouldn't say the performances were bad, just that the characters were kind of uninteresting. Like a lot of this movie just kind of meanders through what's going on. These characters are sort of holed up in their community because of the conflict, and it really just feels like what they're going through is sort of ancillary to having them just sit there and talk to each other about some bullshit. It just feels like this movie exists to try and win an Oscar. When it has scenes of Judi Dench looking towards the characters as they're driving away from her, and she says, "Go, don't look back." Like it just feels really ham-fisted, and I don't think that this movie is being genuine in what it's trying to portray. Yeah, overall, didn't like it. I think it's way too pretentious, and I don't like using that word when describing movies typically, but for this movie, I feel like it's an accurate description. The Adam Project is a science fiction action comedy that stars Ryan Reynolds, and he's a time traveler, and he travels back to when he was a young boy, and it follows them on hijinks and adventures. This is so forgettable. I'm gonna struggle to even remember what happens in this movie, so I'm gonna try my best to describe it. It's essentially just Ryan Reynolds playing Deadpool again in another movie that he's in, just kind of the continuing trend of what we're getting with Ryan Reynolds vehicles, and it's just so forgettable and bad. The villain sucks. The villain is not convincing. It feels like the actress that's playing her, it just doesn't feel like she wants to be there at all. She's just not taking it seriously in any way. It doesn't really feel like anyone in this movie is taking it seriously other than the 10-year-old kid, which is funny because he's like the best part of the movie in terms of acting for me. Like he feels like a genuine kid, and it's weird for me to say that because usually the kid actors are what I have issues with in movies like this, but I thought he was okay. But everyone else didn't feel like they were really trying. They just were there for a paycheck. The cinematography isn't anything special. It's just a super forgettable movie. There's not anything like woefully offensive about it, really. It's just kind of dumb and schlocky. And if you want a time waster of a movie, then this one I guess is worth checking out in some way, but overall it's just not interesting, and I'm never gonna remember this movie. I totally forgot that Mark Ruffalo was in it until looking at the stars in it just now. That's how much of this movie I forgot about. Orphan is a 2009 horror film that stars Vera Farmiga and Peter Sarsgaard as parents who have trouble having kids. They've gone through, I think, 3 miscarriages, and they decide to instead adopt a little girl, and they adopt Isabel Fuhrman as Esther, who it turns out is not as innocent as she seems. If you listen to my Orphan First Kill thoughts earlier, then you already know kind of how I feel about this movie. This one, in terms of comparing it to the sequel, it's very much less self-aware of what it actually is. It, I think, tries a little harder to be an actual horror film that scares you and freaks you out, when in reality it just comes across as kind of goofy and funny. You're seeing this little 12, 13-year-old girl do some wild, wacky shit, and it's supposed to be creepy and intimidating, but instead it just comes across as really cheesy and tongue-in-cheek. And this movie, I don't think, has the self-awareness to kind of recognize that about itself, so it takes itself really seriously. I don't think it's as good because of that quality of it. Isabel Fuhrman's fine. Vera Farmiga and Peter Sarsgaard are fine. Like, they're Sarsgaard. He's not part of the Skarsgård clan. It just happens that his name is Sarsgaard. But I mean, overall, the characters aren't really interesting. They're just pretty cookie cutter standard whatever. A lot of what happens in this movie will just make you laugh, and there are some scenes that just make you kind of uncomfortable, but that's the furthest that the horror element of this movie gets to, really. So yeah, overall, just kind of whatever horror film. If you want something to laugh at, I would suggest maybe watching this, but get together with your friends, have some goofs, have some gaffes, have some laughs. I think that's the most value you'd get from a movie like this. Blonde is a 2022 biographical drama film that's directed by Andrew Dominik and stars Ana de Armas as Marilyn Monroe. I'm not going to touch on this very long. I already made a review of this movie that you can check out on the channel. Essentially, it just has Ana de Armas crying the entire time. It's just misery porn, essentially, and there's not much of value to this movie in terms of the story or the characters. It just feels super repetitive. It's way too long, and there are a lot of stylistic choices that don't make any sense. Like, there's no reason to have certain black and white scenes. There's no reason to have the aspect ratio change for some scenes. It just feels really pointless and purposeless, and it's just meant to make you feel bad for the character, but I have a hard time feeling bad when it's just a lot of the same shit happening and we have no reason to really care about her. It's just a lot of really misery scene after misery scene, and there's not much going for this movie in terms of anything within the characters or the story. I like some of the visuals of it. There's some cinematography moments that are really neat, just some different ways of filmmaking that made me wonder how those scenes even got made. And I will say that I don't think Ana de Armas was particularly bad. She did have the accent the whole time, but I mean, she was good at playing someone who was crying the entire time, I will say. I don't think that her performance was necessarily bad, just like the direction of the movie and where they took her character. I don't think Andrew Dominik did anything to really elevate that. It just kind of feels like he just hates Marilyn Monroe so much. So yeah, not a good movie. I think it made my top 5 worst of 2022. I think at number 5. So yeah, there you have that. Moonfall is a science fiction disaster film directed and written by Roland Emmerich and stars Halle Berry, Patrick Wilson, John Bradley, Michael Pena, Donald Sutherland, a bunch of other people, and follows these characters as the moon falls out of orbit and is spiraling closer and closer to Earth, and they have to try and figure out how to stop that from happening. This is a very fucking dumb movie. This is not good. There's some stuff about it that's kind of enjoyably bad. There's some character moments that are just so ridiculous ridiculous and over the top that you can't help but kind of laugh at it. And I think most of my enjoyment just comes from making fun of this movie and pointing out just how ridiculous it is. This is a kind of like, it's sort of a different action disaster movie in that there's a little more going on in terms of the story that you don't really get from just the marketing or the premise alone. And I kind of commend it for going like balls to the walls with the premise in some ways, but at the same time I can't help but acknowledge that it's just so stupid and just cheesy and dumb. There's some effects that are just really bad. A lot of the acting is kind of dank, and overall it's just not a good movie. But if you really want like a good movie to laugh at, I think that this one is worth checking out. Maybe don't pay for it, but you know, just find some way to get it and just watch it and have a good time laughing at it with your friends. Uncharted is a 2022 action adventure film that's based off of the video game series that is for the PlayStation and stars Tom Holland as Nathan Drake, Mark Wahlberg as Sully, and follows those two as they go on an adventure to find not only lost treasure, but hopefully they find Nathan Drake's brother as well. This movie sucked. This was a really bad adaptation of a video game that people enjoy. I said it in my review, but I don't have any experience playing the video game, so I was really going into it thinking that I was just going to be watching a movie. You know, I was hoping that it wouldn't rely on any sort of familiarity with the video games. What I didn't expect was that the filmmakers would just completely disregard the source material altogether, almost, and just kind of use it to make their own story, and their own story pretty much just sucks dick. It's super cliched, the characters aren't interesting, you can see the plot coming from a mile away, and it doesn't feel like the characters earn the relationship that they try to establish at the end of the movie. It doesn't really feel like they grow as characters. You don't really feel attached to them. It just kind of feels like you're watching these people go through these events without any sort of involvement in the story whatsoever. Tom Holland doesn't really feel like he's playing a different type of character from what he plays as Peter Parker from Spider-Man. Mark Wahlberg doesn't really feel any different from what he normally plays, which is usually just himself. He's kind of got like a Ryan Reynolds The Rock thing going on where nearly every movie he's in, he's Mark Wahlberg. It didn't seem like any of the actors really gave a shit. It just kind of seemed like they were there for a paycheck. This movie, it doesn't really feel like it has any passion behind it whatsoever, and I think that's the biggest indication of why this movie sucks so bad. If you're a fan of the games, you're not gonna like this, and if you're not a fan of the games, you're definitely not gonna like this, so just skip this altogether. Jurassic World Dominion is the third in the Jurassic World series, the sixth in the Jurassic Park series, and stars Chris Pratt, Bryce Dallas Howard. It brings back the old cast from the first movies, and it sort of has them converge together to fight against this corporation called Biosyn, which is releasing locusts on farmers, and they're eating all the crops, and they gotta stop them, baby. Can't say I was disappointed because I wasn't really expecting much from this film. The Jurassic World series isn't exactly known for being critically acclaimed, especially the second in the series, which came out to pretty bad reviews, but somehow this one even managed to come out worse than the second movie. It doesn't feel like there's any stakes. Every character feels like they have plot armor. There's no sort of tension that's built within this film. It's all just a kind of CGI fucking blur of a mess that they go through, you know? Chris Pratt doesn't seem like he cares. Bryce Dallas Howard maybe looks like she cares a little bit, but it doesn't really come across that way to me. The only thing that I thought was kind of fun in this film was Jeff Goldblum. It just kind of felt like he didn't give a shit, but he was hamming it up very purposefully because he knew that this movie isn't gonna be good, so he was like, why should I even try? I'll just play myself. People love me, so I'll just be Jeff Goldblum the whole time. And he's right, because it works. The biggest thing that I think this movie has going against it is the premise versus the execution. So the whole time you're thinking, oh, this movie's going to be about the implications of dinosaurs in the modern world and how humans interact with them, but really it's just, hey, we've got these bugs that are eating all these crops, we got to deal with it, and then maybe we'll have the characters encounter some dinosaurs here and there. Doesn't that sound like a cool idea? Yeah, it's fucking stupid, don't bother. Twilight is a 2008 vampire movie that has Kristen Stewart and my boy Arpat in it, and it follows them as high schoolers, and she finds out that he's a vampire, and it starts from there. This movie's not good. Everybody knows it's not good, but what is good is the meme value. I think that this movie has a lot going for it in terms of it just being really hilarious. I love the scene where he reveals himself to be a vampire because it's done so poorly that I just couldn't help but laugh at it. Like, this spinning camera movements, the way that Robert Pattinson's acting, Kristen Stewart's deadpan face the entire time. Like, it's just so funny to me. And I think that's where most of my enjoyment in this movie and all the other movies that have come out after it came from. One thing I will say unironically about this is that it has a very consistent tone. I just wasn't a fan of the tone. It just felt like I was watching an almost 2-hour long Evanescence music video. I mean, hey, if that's your thing, then go for it. This is definitely a movie that's a product of its time that a lot of people really love, and I'm not gonna shit on them for loving it. You can love whatever you want, but man, this movie, I love it for all the reasons that Stephenie Meyer does not want me to love it for. So take that how you will. The Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn Part 1 is the first part of the last book, I think, and follows the characters as they continue on learning about vampires and werewolves and the struggles with that and all that shit. Bella and Edward, they're married and she's pregnant and she's got to try to give birth to this kid, but she doesn't know if it's going to kill her or not because she's not a vampire, but he is, and it's all sorts of wacky. This film kind of has a lot going for it in terms of the events. There's a lot that's crammed into this film just to try and pad out the runtime, I guess. Maybe not necessarily pad out the runtime, but it just feels like it's just chock full of these events. It almost reminds me of the last Airbender movie where they try to fit so much into a 2-hour long film that happens over a whole 20 episodes worth of television season, but there's no television season for this. It's just the book, but it still feels like that. Like they crammed all this stuff in to try and make it feel like it has weight to it. Sort of like The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2 in a way. But for this movie, it just kind of starts and it just goes. And I kind of enjoy it a little more than, I think, what was the second one? New Moon or something? Where this one just felt like pretty wacky and out there. It reminds me a lot of the first movie in that it's so stupid and dumb that I kind of got some enjoyment out of making fun of it. And that leads nicely into Part 2. So basically Part 2, I have the same exact feelings as Part 1. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. There's some really funny moments like the imprint situation, which, I mean, if you know what I'm talking about, you know how fucking funny it is. You can love these movies, I don't care. They're stupid, they're dumb, they're of the time, whatever. If I ever have to watch these again, I'm just gonna fucking make fun of it the entire time. Pretty much not too different from how I did it the first time. So at least I get some value out of it in terms of how bad it is. Black Adam is a 2022 superhero movie that's based on the Black Adam comic book. Stars Drain My Cock Johnson as the main character of Black Adam, Teth Adam I think he's called, and follows him as he reawakens from a 1,000-year slumber and has to protect this kid in this city that he was born in the modern age. Baby, I'm so sick of these stupid fucking superhero movies, and especially in terms of DC, just how their whole mess of a universe is operating. And with James Gunn at the helm now, hopefully there's going to be some cohesiveness and coherence to the DCEU. And it's funny because The Rock wanted this movie to be made for years and years and years, and he's been trying so hard to get it made, and he finally has it made. And then James Gunn comes in and he's like, yeah, we're not going to do any more Black Adam movies. So fucking funny. This movie was a flop, both in terms of box office and critical reception, so it's really just bland. That's the thing about this movie. It's just bland. It's not anything new. It tries to do the anti-hero thing where he's like, I kill people, I don't care if I kill people, if people live or die, I'm gonna do what I want to do. But he's still like a hero and he still saves the day, so he's not really an anti-hero. He's just slightly more edgy than like Captain America, which is funny because Captain America has also killed people if you watch the earlier MCU movies. So I just think that them trying to make this into a new fresh concept is kind of funny in its own right. Dear Evan Hansen is a 2021 film, coming-of-age musical that is based off of a stage play of the same name, and it stars, what the fuck is his name? Ben Platt, Caitlin Dever, and it follows this kid named Evan Hansen, who basically, there's a mix-up between a letter that was either given to him or something. I forget a lot of this movie because it's been so long since I've seen it. But basically, everybody ends up thinking that he was good friends with this kid who committed suicide, and then he has to try to keep that lie up for the entire movie, and that's where the plot comes from. This movie is so distractingly bad, mostly because Ben Platt is trying to play a high schooler when he's clearly like in his mid-30s, and I think it's just really poor casting. It doesn't help that his dad is the producer or one of the producers of this film, so there's kind of like there's some hints of nepotism in there for sure that people have speculated on. This movie has a lot of the issues that I usually have with musicals, in that there'll be plot beats and there'll be things happening in the story, and then all of a sudden the main character or certain characters just break out into song and they start singing, and it's really dumb. But just with that aside, this movie just isn't good on a technical level, on a story level. It's super cliched. You can see it coming a mile away. There's no sort of uniqueness to the visuals, and in terms of a musical, I don't even think it's good. At least something like West Side Story had good choreography, and it felt like the dancers and the singers had energy when they were performing on screen, whereas this movie just feels so bland because Ben Platt just stands there and sings to you, and he doesn't really move, he doesn't really dance. There's no sort of choreography or visual style going on with this film. It's just super basic, and it doesn't even feel like it's trying to stand out as a musical. And I'm not even a big musical fan, like I said, but it doesn't even meet those requirements. Overall, just a silly movie, super forgettable. There's so much that has just left my mind. I was bored pretty much the entire time watching this, just waiting for it to be over. There were a couple cringy moments and moments of unintentional hilarity that I laughed at, but other than that, there's really not much of value that I got from this. Polar, directed by Jonas Ackerlund, stars Mads Mikkelsen as this hitman, Duncan Visla, and it's about him retiring, and these young assassins come after him so that the bad guy can get his pension, his old boss or whatever. I covered this extensively in my review of this, so I'm not going to touch on it for too long. It's just a poor man's John Wick. It's something that I would have thought of when I was 13, probably in my imagination, and thought it was cool as shit. Like, if I had watched this movie as a teenager, I thought it would have been fucking rad, but as an adult watching this, I can't help but think that it's so goofy and edgy, and it doesn't really have a set tone. It doesn't really match any of the things that it was going for. It just falls flat on its face completely, and I think that this movie is just a poor excuse of an action movie. Morbius, it's Morbin time. Morbius was directed by Daniel Espinosa, came out 2022, stars Jared Leto. You know the memes, you know the game, you know the name, and it's coming at you for real. I mostly watched this movie just because of the memes, because I was hoping that it was going to have some moments of it being funny that I could get out of it, like kind of so bad that it's funny, but it's not even that. I think the internet just fucking gaslit me into thinking that this movie was going to be like a The Room quality, or like Neil Breen's Fateful Findings. Like, it's not that. It's not even enjoyable bad. It's just bland. It's super forgettable, super standard superhero movie. This is a movie that I feel like would have been critically panned if it came out in the first phase of the MCU, and the fact that it came out in 2022 after we get movies like Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, and we get Thor Ragnarok, we get Shang-Chi, we get all these superhero movies, Spider-Man No Way Home, that have come out and have kind of raised the bar in a way in terms of what a superhero movie can be, a live action one, and then this movie comes out and it feels like shovelware. I'm not gonna watch this again. I have no desire to watch this again. The only scene I will ever view of this movie is the Matt Smith dancing scene, because I think it's fucking hilarious. So yeah, don't even bother. Just enjoy the memes. I don't care. Twilight Saga New Moon is a 2009 movie. It's a sequel to the original Twilight. It's the second in the franchise, and it stars Robert Pattinson, all the usual characters, Kristen Stewart, Taylor Lautner, and it's pretty much about Edward thinking that he's too dangerous for Bella, so then he leaves for like most of the movie, and she's like depressed the entire time. I'll be honest, this movie wasn't as goofy as the first one, so it's just lower in my rating just because of that. I didn't feel like it was as silly or cheesy as the first, so I really didn't get much out of it, and I'm not really gonna say much else about it. It's pretty, it's the color grading is a little better, I will say, than the first movie, but I kind of like the first movie because of how moody and drab and kind of bland it looks. Like, it just looks straight out of like a fucking Evanescence music video. This movie almost feels like Hallmark quality in terms of the filmmaking. Like, it's just very non-special, one tone, doesn't really have any strong sort of style going for it. So and that leads into the Twilight Saga Eclipse. It's a continuation. It's the third in the film series. I can't believe there's fucking 5 of them. And yeah, I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on this. The most interesting thing about this movie is that Bryce Dallas Howard replaces the original actress that played the redhead vampire chick, Victoria. She replaces Rachel Lefevre. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Pretty much the same feelings I have with this movie as New Moon, just not as much going for it, not crammed with events, so it's not funny that way. It doesn't have an overly serious tone, so it's not funny that way. It just is kind of whatever. What can I even say about this that I haven't said already about the other movies? Like, seriously, I'm just gonna move on. The Happening is M. Night Shyamalan's magnum opus, and it stars Mark Wahlberg, Zooey Deschanel, and they have to try to figure out why people are suddenly killing themselves. Is it a terrorist threat, or is it nature trying to fight back against them for global warming? I guess we'll find out. This movie's so hilarious. It's so funny. I think that it's the perfect mix of so bad it's good, but the so bad is so severely bad that I have to give this a 1 out of 10. Mark Wahlberg's performance as a high school science teacher is just so unbelievably goofy, and I can't take him seriously at all, especially with line deliveries like, "What? No!" Like when he's trying to sound sincere in that he's not going to kill this old lady, but in fact he sounds like the most insincere person on the planet. And let's not even mention Zooey Deschanel with her, "It makes you kill yourself just when you thought there couldn't be any more evil that could be invented." Like, not only is the delivery bad, the acting's bad, the directing's bad, the writing is just terrible, the characters are awful, the tone is just so over the top serious, and it tries to make moments of tension really stand out, but it just ends up coming across as funny. "Give me a second, all right? I just need one goddamn second. Can anybody just give me a second?" Like, it's it's amazing. It's amazing. I absolutely love it. The 1 in 1 out of 10 is it's really for a 10, honestly. Like, this is a masterpiece. I mean, Citizen Kane should really rethink its status, you know? The Butterfly Effect 2 is a sequel that I'm guessing you didn't know existed, and it came out 2006. Stars a bunch of people you don't fucking know. Wait, is he related to Blake Lively? Oh, he is. Okay, so I guess it has Blake Lively's brother, Eric, in it. He's like the main guy, and it basically has like nothing to do with the original Ashton Kutcher movie. Not that that movie was great by any means, but it had some ideas going for it, and it had okay acting. Whereas this movie just has nothing going for it at all. It just is riding the back of the first movie, trying to like kind of cash grab that in any way it can. I can't believe it says it has a budget of $6 million, because it looks like this movie was made for like $50,000. It's so cheap looking. It's so poorly made, poorly acted, poorly directed. There's so many gratuitous sex scenes in this movie that it just becomes hilarious after a while. Like, they go on for way too long, and there's way too many of them. Like, it just felt like John R. Leonetti, whoever, like the fucking director of this movie, it just felt like he was horny the whole goddamn time. Like, he just wanted to make a porno, but he didn't want to, like, he must have been like embarrassed or something to fully commit to making a porno, so he was like, "I'll just make Butterfly Effect 2, but I'm just gonna make it really horny the entire time." Laughably bad. If you've managed to find this for free, get your friends together and just watch this. Have some drinks, have some food, just have a good time with it. Especially if you've watched the first one. There's so many stupid moments in this movie. Otherwise, just don't even bother. Mr. Right is a 2015 romantic action comedy that was written by Max Landis, directed by Paco Cabezas, and stars Sam Rockwell and Anna Kendrick as two unlikely people who kind of form a romantic relationship when it turns out that Sam Rockwell is a hitman. So my girlfriend wanted to watch this movie mostly because it's set in Louisiana, where she's from, and she wanted to see if the movie was in any fun locations that she would have been familiar with, and I'm glad that she at least got that out of it, because I didn't get anything out of this movie. I thought this movie was so fucking bad, and the writing is just awful. It thinks it's super edgy. It thinks it's really funny. It thinks it's like over the top. This is a movie that I think people who are on Facebook who share unironically the like Harley Quinn Joker like couple memes would really fucking love. Like, it's just so cringy. It almost kind of reminds me of Polar in the way that the tone is of this movie. Like, just kind of overly edgy and really trying to be like tongue-in-cheek, like almost action comedy movie. This movie I think is more so trying to be a comedy than Polar is, but still it has that kind of same level of like cheap edginess to it that I can't fucking stand in movies. Anna Kendrick is annoying as fuck. Sam Rockwell I guess is like okay, but I think that the directing of his character and the writing for his dialogue is really not good. I don't even think I would be able to watch this in a funny bad way. Just skip this entirely. We're down to the last one. Speed 2 Cruise Control is directed by Jan de Bont and stars Sandra Bullock and Jason Patric. That's right, Keanu Reeves isn't in this one. Oh yeah. This movie is probably one of the worst films I think I've ever seen. It was so unbelievably fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. Imagine if they took the concept of Die Hard. Now notice how I didn't even say the first Speed movie. Die Hard. And they put it on a cruise boat. And it was filmed in one of the worst ways you can film it, where you can't tell what the hell's going on. You're very confused as to everything that's happening. And the characters are just totally uninteresting. It's like you took Die Hard and you made it inside out. You like stuffed it and like folded it and you peeled it open and it's inside out, and now you just took away all the things from inside of that movie that were special in the first place, and now you just have this fucking carcass just laying there in front of you. And that's Speed 2 Cruise Control. Sandra Bullock's super annoying. I didn't care about her character at all. I didn't care that she was returning from the first movie. Like, why would I give a shit about this movie if Keanu Reeves isn't in it? Like, there's no, like, if she's the only character that you're following that is from the first movie, then I don't give a shit. Like, the reason why Speed is so good is mostly because of Keanu Reeves and the stunts he performs and the kind of cheesy sort of cop hero character that he plays. Jason Patric is just so bland and forgettable. Like, if I don't look at the poster, I'm struggling to remember what his face looks like. And let me talk about for a second the weird kind of like almost subplot situation in this movie with the little girl who like has a crush on Jason Patric, and he tells her that, oh, we can't be together because I'm in a relationship, or, you know, maybe tell her you can't be together because you're an adult, and she's a literal fucking child. This movie sucks. I after like 30 minutes of this movie, I was so checked out. The only reason why I kept watching it is because we were talking about it on the podcast. If I wasn't discussing it with Mac, I would have shut it off probably like 20 minutes in. I'm not even joking. My body had such a viscerally negative reaction to watching this, and I never want to see it again. I want it to stay the fuck away from me, and if I see it out in public, I'm fucking shooting it dead. So yeah, overall not bad. Yeah. And I'll say this before we leave too, like kind of in correlation with the whole Die Hard on a boat sort of allegory that I was making earlier. You take the first movie, Speed, it's set on a bus, a moving bus going 50 miles an hour, and you have to try and navigate that and sort of make a cool action concept out of it. And that movie is so good mostly just because of the concept, you know, not just Keanu Reeves' cool portrayal of that character or like, you know, his embodiment of the movie, but just like on a premise basis alone, it's just so interesting. Whereas this movie, it's set on a boat. You don't really get any relation to how fast the boat's going, so it doesn't feel like high octane action. It just feels so sluggish and slow and stupid compared to the first one, and it just doesn't work on a premise level even. Like, that's how bad this movie is. All right, we're going to wrap up here soon, but I figured I would just touch on some television shows that I saw this last year, you know, before we wrap things up. And I'm going to start with Better Call Saul, Season 6. This is going to be spoiler-free. I'm not going to give away anything that happens. I'm just going to give my thoughts of what I thought of this. And it's going to be kind of not only covering Season 6, but the whole series in a way and how I feel about it. I think that this show is on par with Breaking Bad in terms of quality, in terms of character writing, in terms of cinematography. Although I would say maybe the cinematography is a little bit better and more refined in Better Call Saul than it is Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, it had a lot of handheld moments where, while the visuals were still good, you could still tell that it wasn't as polished as something like Better Call Saul. But again, a show like Breaking Bad has a lot of tension built into it, has a lot of really good character moments, something that I don't think Better Call Saul does as well, but it's nearly there. It's like super damn close. I really think that Bob Odenkirk is an amazing amazing lead for this whole series. I think that he plays Saul Goodman in a really nuanced, really layered, really sympathetic way, and I think that he's a really good character that they chose to focus this whole spin-off on. Ray Seahorn as Kim Wexler is, I think, and this has been said to death ever since the series has wrapped up and come to an end, but I really think that her portrayal of Kim Wexler is one of the best and most compelling female characters that I've seen in television, in movies, in really nearly anything. She is such a good example and sets the bar so high for what you can do with female characters, because I really think that we're in need of more of that sort of thing in movies and TV. I really want to see those things more prevalently in movies and television, and I think we're getting to a place where that's becoming the case, but you know, we're still trying to like make those steps and reach those sort of goals that we have in terms of like the entertainment industry. So I really love her as a character, and I think that really almost every one of the cast members, all the acting, Michael Mando, Giancarlo Esposito, Jonathan Banks, like everybody in this TV show gives it their all. Tony Dalton, he's such a great villain as Lalo. Lalo is like one of the most compelling TV villains I think I've seen, you know, since Breaking Bad, I would say. Overall, I think that this is a damn near perfect show. I really can't say many other good things about it that I haven't already said. If you're a fan of Breaking Bad, you probably have already seen this show and are gonna love it. You don't necessarily need to watch Breaking Bad in order to watch Better Call Saul and appreciate it for all that it is, but I think it really does kind of help shape how you feel about the characters if you watch Breaking Bad first and then go into Better Call Saul afterwards. So two shows, two of my favorites that I can't recommend enough. Better Call Saul season 6 and this whole series a 10 out of 10 for me. Dark is a science fiction thriller television show that was co-created by Baran Bo Odar and Jante Friese, hope I'm pronouncing that right, and is a German Netflix television show that has to do a lot with time travel and the implications, sort of like a butterfly effect kind of thing that people's actions have in different time periods and them trying to figure out how to navigate that. And I'm not really going to get much into the details of the story. I really think that the cinematography and the visual style is one of the strongest parts of this show. I think that on a visual standpoint, it's just really compelling. It's really meticulously shot. It feels like there are so many beautiful, gorgeous moments that are callbacks to earlier points in the show that match up with each other perfectly from season to season. And I think it helps too that the characters are compelling. There's something that you can watch and root for. And I think that the story is so detailed. It's so meticulously made. It felt like the creators of the show really had to map out in extensive detail how things in the universe worked. And there really isn't much in the way of continuity error or illogical sort of plot holes or anything that happen in this show. It's very meticulously made. I just think that it elevates it to another level just because of that alone. If I had one complaint of the show, it would be towards the last season, like the last few episodes. It starts to get in the realm of confusing in that even if you're paying attention, you can easily get lost in what's taking place, and it almost feels like things happening don't have any more consequence because of how characters are portrayed and how they're dealt with in this show. And I can't really get into it that much further because otherwise I'd be spoiling it, but if you watch this for yourself, then you'll know what I'm talking about. But still, I can't recommend the show enough. I think it's really well crafted, really well done, and I can see myself revisiting this again with the things in my mind and the knowledge of events that happen and sort of retroactively being like, oh, that's a cool detail I didn't notice before. So highly recommend it. 9 out of 10. 1899 is a multilingual German period mystery science fiction television show. That's a lot of adjectives, and is created by the same people that made Dark, Jante Friese and Baran Bo Odar, and was on Netflix. It sadly got canceled after one season, and I was a fan of the show. I really liked the direction it was going. I loved the tone, the atmosphere. I think that, again, like Dark, that was the strongest thing going for this. The visual style, you know, just what they were going for in terms of a style for a television show. I'm a really big fan of something with a premise like this, where it follows this group of people on this boat, and it's set in 1899, obviously, like the title suggests it is, and pretty much deals with them figuring out what's happening, and there's a missing ship involved, and there's themes of like the Bermuda Triangle at play. Just really well crafted. I like the characters. It's a lot of the same sort of praise I would give a show like Dark. It's really hard to judge just this one season because we don't don't have the complete story, and I would have liked for them to continue making this show in order for me to get wrapped up in it, because the way that the shows are structured that these two make, they're very much reliant on previous seasons and making more seasons afterwards in order for you to get the full complete picture. And I would have liked to see where it was going in terms of, you know, just the arc that they had planned for this show. But still, excellent season. Really like the characters. I thought that the characters were maybe slightly stronger in this show than in Dark, at least at first, but I wasn't as invested in it, I guess I could say, for lack of a better term. I was still invested, just maybe not as much as something like Dark, because it feels like in this show a lot of the concepts are a little more abstract than something like time travel. But yeah, if you want something good to watch and you don't mind not getting the full picture, I guess this show is for you. But man, it's just really a bummer that Netflix canceled this. 9 out of 10. The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, which is a mouthful of a title, is a Amazon television show that's based off of the Lord of the Rings books by J.R.R. Tolkien, and is sort of kind of maybe tied into the movies, but not really. It's sort of its own thing. I don't know. And it's set in the events of the Second Age, I think, and it follows a multitude of characters like Galadriel and others that I'm struggling to remember their names right now, but I know Elrond's one of them. I'm not super into Lord of the Rings. I've seen the main trilogy of films. I haven't seen the Hobbit movies, but I really enjoy them for what they are. I think they're great, and as just a trilogy of movies, I think it's one of the strongest ones out there. Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power feels so bland, and they weren't even meeting their potential that they could have for a show like this. I think that the visual style is mostly in line with what the movies visually are and tonally are. I think that they match up pretty well for the most part. There's some moments where it kind of feels like this is not really made with $1 billion in mind, but you know, for a good portion of it feels like it kind of coalesces with what Peter Jackson did with the original trilogy in terms of visuals and tone. There's some practical effects that are really good. There's some CGI that is really not good, but I enjoyed, you know, the music and all that. I thought it matched up with what Lord of the Rings is. The weakest part of this show is the story writing, is the character writing, is just a lot of the creative decisions behind it. I think that it's lacking in a lot of tension, a lot of characters that we can really kind of find ourselves attached to. A lot of the characters are really written in like wooden, one note, like one-dimensional types of ways. Galadriel feels like a stiff wooden board. There's another elf character that just feels like he's mopey the entire time. A lot of the characters really don't exert a lot of range of emotions or anything throughout this television series other than kind of brooding and confusion and sort of panicked looks, I guess. The only characters that really do that are the main dwarf character and the hobbits, I guess, you follow although they're not called hobbits in this television show, they're called Harfoots. Here's a fun game. Take a shot every time one of the characters in the Hobbit storyline says, "But you're just a Harfoot. What can you do?" Like, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, not really interested in if they make a season 2 or not. I'm probably not going to check it out unless I hear that it's vastly improved over the first season. But yeah, I really didn't connect with this very much. Had some cool visual stuff, had some cool ideas here and there, but just wasn't executed all that great. 5 out of 10. Halo, the TV show, is Paramount Plus, based on the video game, and it's not good. It's you know, it follows Master Chief and it follows some other fucking character. What the fuck is her name? Juan Ha, the really bad haircut character that no one gives a shit about. This show I like the Master Chief costume. I will say that. I like the Master Chief costume. I like some of the visuals were kind of cool. Like the moments where it kind of is like, oh, it's like the video game, you know? It's kind of stupid, but it's kind of like whatever, fun sometimes. But otherwise, this show's just really fucking boring. It's just miserable. There's not much going for it. The Master Chief in the show doesn't feel anything like Master Chief in the game. He spends so much time outside of his armor that it's not even funny. Like, there'll be scenes of action where he's fighting against the Covenant, and right when he thinks he's done fighting them, he takes his helmet off any chance he gets, and it's yeah. Unlike Uncharted, I've played the Halo games, and that really didn't affect my perception of this show, because even if I didn't play Halo, I would think that this show was a waste of time and just bad. Writing's not good. Some of the acting's fine. The lady that plays Halsey is interesting, and I think she could play a good Halsey character if they had written her better, but I just think that overall it just falls flat on its face. It's not worth it. Skip it. You know, if you're really curious about the differences between this show and the games and how they compare, I would suggest checking out like a YouTube review or something, because I don't think it's worth it watching this show. There's not much going for it. 3 out of 10. Thank you guys for listening to me ramble for however long this video turns out to be. This is something that I have been working on for a lot longer than the 2021 film video that I made, which you can check out. It's still up on the channel. But this video I think is going to be considerably longer. It's certainly taken me a lot longer to make. And as I'm wrapping this up, I'm just trying to think of maybe other different ways I can go about making next year's video just a little more streamlined, a little easier for me in terms of getting this out there on time, because I wanted to get this video out in January when I first started on it, January 1st, and obviously that's not the case. It's much later in the year than that. Now my goal is to hopefully get this out sometime in April, but I guess we'll see if I meet that goal. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed listening to my thoughts on whatever movies you decide to hear my thoughts on. I'll put timestamps in the video just so you can kind of, navigate it, listen to what you want to listen to, and you're not obligated to listen to this whole thing, obviously, because it's going to be really long. But nevertheless, I appreciate you guys checking it out, even if it's not that many people. So this is mostly just for me to kind of get my thoughts down out there without having to write everything down, because that originally was going to be what I was going to do for the first video. I was just going to make a blog post on Reddit or something about all the movies I'd seen for the first time and my ratings and kind of my general thoughts on them within a paragraph, but I decided that was going to not be easy to keep up with. So instead, I just kind of do sort of stream of consciousness thoughts on each of them and spill them out into a microphone and record it and then put it together and make it into a video. So, but like I said, I think next year I'm going to try to figure out how to streamline this process a little bit more, just to kind of make it easier on myself, because this has been a much longer process than it was the year before. So, but whatever I decide, I'm going to try to make it so that I still cover all the movies I see, just maybe not go into as many details about them as I have in this video and the last video, and just to kind of make it, a little more streamlined, a little more fun, a little more concise. We'll see how that turns out the next time I approach this video. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it. Really, I encourage you to check out our podcast discussions on whatever movies you want to hear our thoughts on. I think that Mac and I have a good back and forth. I think that our sort of recording relationship lends itself well to movie discussions, and I think that you guys will get something out of it at least. So check it out if you want. All the videos are on the YouTube channel. We're also on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. I think we're on Google Podcasts too. And we have a website, www.neoncrewpodcast.com. Get some merch. I have a restock on crew necks that I can sell and get out there to you guys if you're interested. So be sure to check that out on our Etsy page as well. All right, that's it for me. Take care. Until next time, toodles, bye-bye, ciao, auf Wiedersehen, and whatever other language phrase you are familiar with. So, yes, bye-bye.